Hello! How we all doing? Happy Mother's Day, everybody! The literal devil? True! Hey, Material Squirrel! Boo hiss? No! My one weakness, booze! Just got home, pulled in the driveway after a 5-hour trip from Michigan, like 30 minutes ago. Damn! Hope you're doing okay from a 5-hour trip. Those can be really draining. Hey, Thoysome. I love you, Jack. Just hate the day. Well, we got a lot going on today, so hopefully we can turn it around a little bit. Sore and tired, glad to be home. Yeah. Folks. We're having ourselves a little bit of a secret sub-event today. Ba-boom! For 10 subs, I will moisturize my face and hydrate with this delicious water. And by hydrate with this delicious water, I mean drink 4 glasses of water. Because I am a dehydrated little bench. Jack isn't exactly a secret sub, everyone knows. We'll see if you're saying that by the end of this stream. Can't get Tears of the Kingdom till Thursday, and I'm sad. How we doing, folks? And of course, after those 10 subs, there might be another tier. There might be more things to unlock as we go. Who can say? Boobs at 100 subs? I mean, I could arrange something like that. Yeah. If we make it to 100 subs, yeah. I'll figure it out. I have a platform for that. I jest. We'll keep it TOS friendly, alright? I applied for like 6 jobs today. I miss eradicating white names. 10-letter name. Best of luck in the job hunt. Only one person truly knows Jack's sub status, secret or otherwise. True. True. We got a lot of things to talk about today. We're going to be doing a quick overview of the Turkish elections, which should be interesting to say the least. We're going to talk a little bit about what's been going on in Ukraine. Specifically in Bakhmut, it appears the Ukrainians have been able to kind of turn the tides of the Russian advance. Turkish election count isn't done yet, is it? Nope. It's gonna be we'll get to it. It's gonna be spicy. For those of you wondering, this is like Turkey's like one democratic chance to escape from like the authoritarian rule of Erdogan. Erdogan? I don't know how to pronounce his name properly, my apologies. Russia has moved more nuclear bombers to the Olyana air station as a note. Yeah. Erdogan? Okay. How does one say stop the steal in Turkish? Who knows? We'll also be finally getting to the conservative conspiracy theory being propagated by Tim Pool about how the Allen, Texas mass shooting was done on purpose to frame well-meaning conservatives like himself. We'll also be talking about the SCOTUS corruption, finally. And then I have only the finest, only the absolute finest and most magnifique content in store for you guys from PragerU, Daily Wire, and someone I wrote down in the tab grouping as Tim Stool. So we might be getting a double whammy of Tims today. He's a classical libertarian. Uh-huh. Yeah, just mysteriously aligns with all of those points, huh? It's so strange, so wacky. Hey, Trash Mouse! Thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. Hey, guess what? That counts. That counts. 1 out of 10. Let's go. Wait, how about sub count? 1 out of 10. We need 9 more subs or she dehydrates on stream in real time. It'll be horrific. Yeah, it'll be like that scene at the end of The Last Crusade. I'll just wither and die. First sub of the night was trash. You know what? Some people throw away trash, and it was really treasure all along. Okay, you're our little treasure, Trash Mouse. Nailed it. Your blue light makes this an Australian subathon. I'm not entirely sure I follow, but sub cunt. Oh no. Well, you know what? I'm keeping it there. I like cunts. Why did that feel like one of the most embarrassing things I've ever said on this channel? Also, Nindreen, can I ask who did you Photoshop into that Indiana Jones gif? Who is that? Who is that? I thought it was Dan Olson you were talking about. Wait, is that a different man who happens to be named Dan Olson? Oh god. Can somebody identify this man for me? Vosh, one day I will find and steal the demonic artifact Dan Olson uses to make such good videos. I'm too lazy to Photoshop this. I got you, boss. And then I have no idea who that man is. Oh god. From Dan Olson, for the Folding Ideas guy. Is this just another YouTuber named Dan Olson? He looks familiar. That's what's plaguing me. No, Nindrine, no! We don't know how the last book ends yet. Tommen might still come back. That doesn't... Look, it's clearly somebody named Dan Olson. It just... I laughed a lot, Nindrine. Please don't feel embarrassed. I enjoyed this a lot. The mystery of the Dan. Who's this guy? Oh my god. There's literally a YouTube channel called Dan Olson with 15,000 subscribers. This is amazing. You are actually the most correct. Oh god, he uses the same picture on every single one of his videos. Just... Man. Dan Olson, a little bit of creative advice. More thumbnails like this one with the Star Trek Enterprise. Holy shit, Mad Marks Media, thank you very much for the 10 gifted subs over on Twitch. I appreciate it so goddamn much. Thank you. I will now drink 4 glasses of water. This is amazing. Thank you, Nindrine. This has brought so much joy into my life. Who was I supposed to use? Oh. No! Shit! No! The water betrayed me! It betrayed me, chat! No! Fuck! Fuck! No! No! Why? No! 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 Oh god, the show will continue. I don't need keyboards. Keyboards are for winners. My headphones are still attached. No! It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Oh no. This stream's a disaster. It's the Mother's Day miracle. Oh god. Oh god. The CIA. Yeah. Oh my god. Why? Okay, luckily nothing else got wet. If it's only the keyboard, I have a backup one. Okay. Okay. Alright, I think we're okay, actually. Okay. Alright. Okay. I feel bad now? Nah, don't feel bad. But do consider coming on over to riverboat.gg, the website where all the subs you give don't get split with Jeff Bezos and instead go directly to me. Oh god. Oh god. Why? Have you ever wanted Riverboat Jack merchandise? Well, you can get it. We have a store. Did I mention we have a store? Cause we do. We got one. Should head on over there and check it out. Okay. All right. So it was only a little accident directly in my workspace. You could get yourself your own special water device that can spill directly on your keyboard at home. No longer do you have to be content with merely watching YouTubers and Twitch streamers dropping water all over their own living area. You can do it yourself. Come right over to Riverboat Jack. And you too can wet your own electronics for free. That price does not include purchase of the necessary water device. Oh god. All right, we're just gonna let that dry a little. We're just gonna let all that sit for a little while I drink water that did not make it to my mouth. God damn it. God damn it. Are you making a mess? No! I mean, yes, but not on purpose. You know, most people don't know that you can just pour an entire glass of water directly onto a keyboard. You know, most people don't know that. But your old pal Riverboat Jack knows that. I do it. Not infrequently. You can do that. It is a thing you can do, actually. This stream's off to a good start. You just pour this entire... Ah, good. My water jug is leaking all over my pants. An excellent day. An excellent day. I was just about to say, it sure would be terrible if this water jug leaked all over my desk. And it didn't leak over my desk, but it did leak all over my pants. Excellent. Excellent. What good? We're doing good today. It's... Oh my god. The carpet is wet. I'm gonna get a towel. I filled up my water jug too full. So that it just got wet all over. You knew what you were doing? No! It's just that when it's too full, it spills everywhere. God. Now, little known fact, on top of being able to pour water directly on your keyboard and workstation mat, you can also pour it directly into your body. Now, a lot of people I know don't follow this advice because they're thirsty bitches. But we're just gonna try and do this again. Oh God, please. Okay. As you can see, I am successfully pouring water from one receptacle into another. Something that is very safe and easy to do. Socialism is one waterboard keyboard. Why just put the cup on a table? True, why just put a cup on a table when you could just put the water directly on the table? Why bother with the why bother with the cup? This is the kind of hard-hitting political content you guys tune in for. Well, at least now you can all say that you've seen me get just soaking wet. Okay. Glass number 3, let's go. Okay. I didn't realize this was such a hard thing to do until today. Whoa, 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 boiled peanuts! I would never take away your God-given right to just throw your entire keyboard into a bathtub, okay? I don't say this about everyone, but that water should be canceled for washing your keys without permission. True, it was a big violation of consent. Albie, why are you mad? Oh, because I'm drinking water? Excellent. One more glass of water, and then I can update the Subathon with our next goal. Whew. I'm just so soggy. I gotta drink my water too? Well, you should be. Every time I hydrate, you guys should be hydrating. LB, I'm not gonna get water poisoning for drinking 4 cups of water. Come on now. Alright. Oh, I'm so full from the water. But now I gotta put water-based products on my face. Delicious. My skin drinking it in. I gotta look after all of the little like cell creatures that make up my skin. Delicious. How did you genuinely get water poisoning? Hey, Doodleburb. How you doing? What the fuck is water poisoning? You can be poisoned from having too much water in your system. It's extraordinarily hard to die from water poisoning. Like, literally the only time I've heard of it happening was, like, one person died because there was, like, a radio contest for, like, people who could drink the most water. Hell yeah, 10-letter name. Yeah. You have to drink more than a gallon to get water poisoning? Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, turns out electrolytes are not just a scam made up by Big Gatorade. All I did was vomit an insane amount of literally just water. Well, we all know, we all know that LB is not going to be dehydrated. I'm glad you're okay, though. Good advice, Spectral Pyre. It took me a while to learn that one. Making all kind of crazy stuff in the new Zelda game. It looks really fun. I saw a guy make a giant stick figure with a flaming penis. By the way, I know I'm not applying this eye cream right. You're supposed to pat it with the finger, but I'm in a rush. All right. We've done it. I have hydrated and moisturized. It's time. I just realized I can't type anything. Oh no! Thoysome, no problem. I'm sure Sweetmiths will love to hear it. That Diego frequently comes through here and says hello. Pro streamer move, I know. I mean, it's probably fine. Like, my keyboard's probably fine, right, guys? True Mithril Mist, I just jabbed my eye out. Oh, there is an on-screen keyboard that I don't know how to. I don't know how to find it. Here. Okay. Let's go. Let it dry overnight. Fine, I'll go get my ugly keyboard. This is why I keep backups, I guess. Yeah, I love my dog. She's good. She's being real good when I work. Which of these is the thing I need? It's this one. It's big and bulky. Doesn't look very good. But it will function, and that's all I need for a computer in my time of need. Da 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 da. She's just a little baby. Oh, more please. More please. Your dog looks like a hunting dog? Nah. It doesn't look good. We'll have to take you to the vet. Well, all I know is she couldn't hunt her way out of a paper bag. She'd be very scared of it. It's a paper bag. Okay. Now, chat. New goal. 20 subs. There we go. Boom. At 20 subs, I will do my makeup. And if the previous reward tier was any kind of bar of judgment, I will look like a fucking clown by the end. Wait. What if there was makeup stream? I will do my makeup on stream. That is what I will do. Chat incentivizes Jack to do basic daily tasks. I do. Yes. Actually. If without chat, I would simply die. Pantsless and alone. Yeah, Samus is a golden retriever mixed with a poodle. She's a little golden doodle. Yo, Thoysome, thank you for the 9 gifted tier 1 subs. God damn. God damn. All right, I'll do my makeup. And next, you'll have to see. So now you will live pants. Yeah, I will live without pants now. All right. Well, okay, question. Do you guys want to continue vibing one-on-one, or do you want we could do some upfront conservative cringe while I do my makeup? Which would you prefer? Let's do cringe. Oh boy, I did pick the finest of vintages for you guys. It's been aged to perfection. Give me the cringe, put it in my veins. Okay. All right. Let's see. Okay, first of all, I just want to play this while I get the things I need in order. But I apparently missed that Daily Wire put out, you know how they put out like their own brand of chocolate, right? I saw that. What I didn't see was until I was scrolling through their Facebook, their YouTube page, right? Was that one of their featured videos was titled "The Greatest Commercial Ever." So, you know, let's take a look at the greatest commercial ever, okay? In a higher definition. We're not animals.
Do you remember when there were 2 genders and only 1.5 of them had to shave their mustaches? Oh, hi. I'm Jeremy Boring, CEO and God King of the Daily Wire. Harry's Razors used to advertise on our shows. They're a great product, and we were happy to do it. That's before some peon who works for me went and said that boys are boys and girls are girls, and that was just too much for Harry's. They condemned our views, Views held by millions of Americans and virtually every human who's walked the planet until about 15 minutes ago as inexcusable. And they dropped their ads from our network because of what they called values misalignment. You're damn right our values are misaligned. And it's
By the way, I do love that their greatest commercial ever is literally the first minute of it is literally him whining about how Harry's Razors dropped advertisements on the Daily Wire. literally, like this is the greatest commercial ever, and you're gonna spend time whining about how they got rid of their ads on your network.
It's not just Harry's either.
Nope,
Gillette
this
razors
isn't
used to be the
satirical.
best a man could get. Then they decided that men are too toxic. Unless you're the kind of man who teaches his daughter to shave her beard. If that makes sense to you, keep buying Gillette. But if you've had enough of the woke bullshit, and you're tired of paying companies like Harry's and Gillette to hate you.
By the way, I'm pretty sure most people in America, right, teach their daughters to shave. Okay? Like if your daughter is having is growing in a beard, most people in the United States have been conditioned to teach that child to shave it off. Like men in particular are going to tell that little girl who happens to have a beard condition to shave it off. Like men lose their shit if women have like armpit hair. Like what are you talking about, my guy? Ah!
Then buy my new razor instead. Behold, Jeremy's razors. Yes, they're real. Yes, they're fabulous. But Jeremy, you say, you're a svelte silver fox with a salt and pepper beard that's the envy of lesser men.
It's not a
You're
great
damn right
beard.
I am.
Literally,
And I...
literally when he pauses here,
You're damn right.
you can see a part of his beard is not perfectly trimmed. It's literally highlighted in the shot.
Right I am. And I want to be clear that shaving with the Jeremy's razor won't actually make you look more like me.
Yes, you're giving me fierce. You're giving me power.
Could make you look more like this guy, though. And that's the most homoerotic moment you'll ever get from a Jeremy's razor commercial. What kind of man shaves with a Jeremy's razor?
And I'm sure we'll see so many more different Jeremy's Razors commercials.
I don't know. How about cowboys, firefighters, those guys that shot Osama bin Laden? I mean, no, none of those guys have ever even heard of a Jeremy's razor, but imagine how much more manly they'd be if they had. Right now, you're probably wondering if this whole thing is a joke. Sure it is. But that doesn't mean it isn't real, or that it won't be the best shave of your life. Harry's Razors doesn't want your business. I do. They seem to hate you, and I can't say that I love you, but I don't mean you any specific harm. Our country's in trouble. Conservatives are being canceled by Hollywood, the media, universities, and now Harry's Razors.
Dude?
Stop giving your money to woke corporations who don't think you deserve their product. Give it to me instead.
Keep in mind, they call this the greatest commercial ever.
Head over to IHateHarrys.com
Oh, sorry. That was really loud. I'm sorry.
and pre-order your Founders Series razor and shaving cream set today.
Also, does anyone remember when they, like, Michael Knowles and Jeremy Boring actually did this at like a live Daily Wire live show? It was incredibly cringe. It was incredibly cringe. Manliness is when you're extremely insecure about razors. Yeah, look, I think you could find maybe no better definition of toxic masculinity than like a man who's so insecure about whether or not he's manly that he needs a razor that is not controlled by cucked woke corporations. He needs his razor to project his conservative values. The fuck, dude? Okay, got my foundation on. Legit, the shitty disposable two-blade women's razors treat my face better than the $40 Gillette cartridges ever did. Yeah. Honestly, real talk. I use Harry's razors, and they're pretty good. Okay, I like them a lot. They don't tend to, fuck up my skin too bad. And they get all my leg hair off. They do a lot of good jobs, and you don't have to pay the pink tax. Okay. And in case you don't know what the pink tax is, it's when women pay more money for the same product, except that it's colored pink. You can, like, this happens with pens, like pens that are like coded for women, like that are pink and have like flowers on them and stuff, are like $1 more expensive than like manly pens. Or women's razors tend to be more expensive than men's razors, despite having no actual advantage over them. Just get a butterfly razor. So I thought that would be fun to share with you. Oh god. Okay. Now, I do have to say, I did pick this one because it had Candace Owens. But it also has a very rare appearance from Candace Owens' husband. Candace Owens' husband specifically came on her show to debate somebody about the end result of their immortal soul. I shit you not. I shit you not. I now present to you a Catholic and a Protestant debate salvation, moderated by Candace Owens, who will, of course, not be taking any sides in the debate between her husband and some guy.
For both of you, let's talk about salvation.
Oh, sorry, her husband and some lady. What?
Do you believe
Yeah.
Catholics are saved? Do you believe Protestants are saved?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked this because I was actually going to ask George a final question, genuinely interested to hear. Maybe this will be kind of similar. So, like, I believe.
Yeah, if you're a real Protestant, where are your 95 theses? You're talking to a Catholic and you didn't even bring one thesis? Curious.
I believe that there are Catholics who are saved. There are Catholics who are saved. Just like I could say that there are many people who are Protestant or who go to a church that probably aren't saved. Now, how we would judge that, I think, is different.
Why are the videos coming through so loud? Goodness.
I don't know, and this is what I'm interested. This is what I would ask you. Maybe we don't have time to do it, and so you don't have to answer it. But I would be interested to hear you concisely say what the gospel is, because that is the indicator to me, not just if you can not just you, but anyone can articulate the gospel, but if you believe.
Oh, you think you're saved? name your top 5. Name your top 5 disciples. You think you're saved?
In the biblical gospel. And some Catholics and Protestants.
Wait, why did Sebi get banned? People can ask me what my pronouns are. Unban them. Justice for Sebi 2829.
Do agree on that, depending on your definition of faith, depending on your definition of grace, depending on your definition of justification and salvation. So there are Catholics who are saved, but obviously I wouldn't encourage someone to become a Catholic.
Okay, interesting. So you believe that some Catholics are saved. Is Michael Knowles saved? My viewers want to know.
Well, I would have to flesh
Wait,
out.
oh, she's the Protestant and he's the Catholic. Gotcha. Also, my man over here's got major British face. Major like British royal face. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying over here? Hey, Metal Kitty Mom.
I mean, I think so. I would have to flesh it out
Get
with
Michael
him.
here now.
Michael
And I
Knowles,
would
Matt
need
Walsh,
to
a lot of
say-
Catholics at the Daily Wire.
Well, of course, I would just want to know, like, what is the gospel and what do you think it takes to be saved? Because if someone tells me, well, it takes this, this, and this as a part of the Catholic Church to be saved, well, then we're both going to disagree. We're both going to think the other one is not saved because I would say you're adding to the gospel. They would say I'm taking away from it.
Well, I mean, I'm very sad we're coming to an end because there were a lot of questions that I actually want.
I know there's so much.
We have to
Wait,
do
we're
that part
coming
two.
to an end. We just started the video.
But for example, like soteriology, which is the theology of salvation.
Well, boiled peanuts. If you want to not be an ad prison, you can come on over to riverboat.gg. It's the site to BB. And there are no ads.
Like baptism. The Protestant Church, this is another thing that I struggled with. The Protestant Church has a very interesting definition of like baptism, or at least what baptism means, right? And again, this is something a bit like I would argue with the Eucharist, with the real presence, where Scripture is incredible.
By the way, guys, we are gonna be getting into some of the deep Christian lore. Okay, we're gonna be getting into like deep Christian lore. So if you're not up on your Christian lore, feel free to ask. Okay. Also, Gomez, boiled peanuts. No ads over on riverboat.gg. Just as an FYI. Gomez, no, don't be posting comments like that, please.
Incredibly explicit. Unless you are baptized with water and spirit, you cannot enter the kingdom of heaven. This is, unless you eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, you cannot enter the kingdom of heaven.
Good luck, asshole. He's been dead for 1,000 years. 2,000 years, even. Good luck finding any of that flesh.
These are two areas that I think, again, you want to use sola scriptura. I did use sola scriptura, and I got to those conclusions because I'm like, I don't understand how you could literally sit here and say, these things we do not take literally. These are only metaphorical in this circumstance, etc., etc., etc. So I would say that salvation, like, again, the Catholic Church would say the same thing. The Catholic Church possesses the fullness of truth, right? That is what I would argue. The Catholic Church is unique in its ability to possess the fullness of truth. The Protestant Church occupies some truth. There is truth within the Protestant Church. It is not the fullness of truth. Your fastest and most assured way of salvation is to...
Strange. You worship an omnipotent deity, and yet you claim said deity would allow imperfect understanding of him. Strange.
Find in the Catholic Church's doctrines, which include the fact that your moment of what I think you would describe as irresistible grace would be defined in baptism, right? Where again, we do nothing. In the moment of baptism, that is when grace is conferred to us, and that is when original sin is washed from us, right? And so this is why particularly infant baptism is upheld, and the early church, of course, agreed with that doctrine, which is why I think it's very important to say that. But that is what I would argue, right? And so, and of course, to retain your salvation after baptism, one must avoid mortal sin, which is where most people, of course, never.
Yeah. So I think that's the big issue, and really, it's so interesting that we go back.
Well, Gamer G, that's why I didn't say it's a British face. It's a British royal face. Okay. It's a British royal face. The product of generations of inbreeding. Okay, anyway, moving on.
To the disagreements that the reformers and the Catholics have. What is grace? I think Catholics would say Ephesians 2 is very clear. By grace, through faith, you are saved. This is not your own doing.
Oh, is this
It
going to be an
not a
Acts
result
versus
of
faith
works. It is a
conversation?
gift of God. So again, going back to, wow, it's so explicit. Paul makes sure that he
Boring.
says it over and over again, this is a gift. And I think Catholics would probably say, well, yeah, we believe in that. But what you just described to me is that it is grace plus merit, it is faith plus works. And God may give you the power or the grace to do those things, but you are still earning your salvation, which the Protestant would say absolutely not.
I mean,
We don't earn our salvation. It is by grace alone, through faith alone, by the power of Christ alone, to God's glory alone. And we can't earn our salvation, and there's nothing that we can do to lose our salvation. How insecure would I be?
We can't earn our salvation, and there's nothing we can do to lose our salvation, except if you don't believe in the first place. In which case, sucks to suck, I guess. By the way, her description here is absolutely not common within the Protestant churches that I have been in. Just as an FYI.
If I had to make sure that I was maintaining a state of grace or salvation in order to make it to heaven, Christ did that work on the cross. He didn't just give me the ability to be righteous, he became my righteousness. He who knew no sin became sin so that we could become the righteousness of God. So at the point of justification, irresistible grace, it's not that I can then do righteousness, I become righteous. That is my status eternally before God. That's what Christ won on the cross.
just to be clear, the Catholic doctrine is not that one can earn one's way into heaven. That is not Catholic doctrine. Catholic doctrine would say, from the moment of baptism, if you do not commit a sin, in a mortal sin, in the afterwards, you are going to enter heaven, right? That is Catholic.
Yeah, but you just said you gotta go through baptism first, which is kind of like, you know, you're doing an act to get into heaven. Like that's yeah, you just undermined your own point there, bud.
Catholic doctrine, right? Because that is the moment of grace has been received, and you have then continued to live that grace out.
From the moment of infant baptism.
From the moment of infant baptism,
So,
correct.
okay.
From the moment of the substantiation of grace. Again, in the same way that you would argue as a Calvinist that irresistible.
But all those unbaptized babies, God, that perfectly good being, gonna send them all to hell. This seems not ethical or sensible.
Grace cannot be resisted, right? That is the whole point of irresistible grace. It cannot be resisted by the human being.
Infant baptism is not a thing? Oh, it's absolutely a thing in the Catholic Church. Absolutely. Oh, a christening. Yeah, wait, okay, wait, you're right. You're right. Oh, wait, no, christening and baptism are the same thing? According to the Church of England. Wait, the Catholics think that? I haven't been to many Catholic, Okay, even though the words baptism and christening are used interchangeably, there is a subtle difference. Christening refers to the naming ceremony. To christen means to give a name to, whereas baptism is one of 7 sacraments in the Catholic Church. So, when the baby is christened, they are both named and, like, committed to God, like, spiritually. Baptists do not do infant baptism. It's true. But Catholics do infant baptism. That's why a lot of Catholics are against abortion, because they believe, like, those babies who are not being baptized or christened are being condemned to hell. There we go. I was christened as an infant. We called it baptism as Catholics. Okay, cool.
The infant has no methodology of resisting the grace of baptism, right? Again, it comes back to the whole methodology of baptism and how important it is to the Catholic Church.
Wait, so you're literally arguing, well, it's look, baptizing infants is really important to the Catholic Church because they have no way of resisting us. Wait, what? What, dude? Dude.
This is not saying that, therefore, you need to go and do a whole load of works. The Catholic view of justification would be that it is a reformative process, right? You are inscribed with grace, and then you then go on to build grace through works, right? Which, as the letter of James, and I'm sure we can argue.
Ah, yes, of course. As we all know, grace is not something that is freely given. It is instead earned like a wage by doing good things.
You a lot about
Faith without works is dead.
exactly right. And so you are not saved by faith alone, right? That is literally what the Bible says. That is literally what the letter of James says. It doesn't make a distinction between dead faith and alive faith. It doesn't make that distinction. It just says you are not saved through faith alone. So as a result, coming back to that point, that is why the Catholic view is like, in the same way that you can't have a coin without two sides, you must have faith, you must have works, right? To exemplify the faith that you have, right?
Of course, we could go talk about the faith alone thing for so long because, of course, I mean,
there's biblical support that it's not by faith alone.
By the way, I love that they could get like if they wanted to, they could get like biblical scholars on here to like debate this, but instead they just have some guy and some lady. You know what? I shouldn't. I shouldn't say that. Let's see. Who did they actually have on here? Allie Beth Stuckey. Who is she? What are her qualifications? She has a podcast. Does she have any education? Furman University. Does she have a degree? Is Furman University like a religious college? What does it specialize in? Okay, it specializes in exercise science and kinesiology, biology, speech, communication and rhetoric, political science and government, business admin, and psychology. So I'm gonna go with a no, actually. Okay. And George Farmer, as far as I'm aware, does not have a degree, but you know what? Let's take a look. George Farmer, CEO. Let's see. His ties to British royalty. Oh, he actually did study theology at Oxford. Okay. Oh, well, good job. By the way, I love that at the end of this article, George Farmer attended Oxford University, where he studied theology. During his time at the university, he joined the Bulling Dawn Club, an exclusive all-male dining club. But even though the club is well known, its reputation is not for the faint of heart. Instead, many recognize the Bulling Dawn Club for its wild parties and outlandish behavior. Damn it, I didn't want to click that button. Let's go all the way down. There we go. Thanks. Instead, blah, 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 blah. Okay. The president of the Oxford University Conservative Association condemned the club, saying that its values and activities had no place in the modern Conservative Party. A spokesperson for the university echoed his sentiments. He explained that the Bulling Dawn Club has never been an official student society, and the university has always regarded it as completely unacceptable. Even in the past, the club was irrelevant to normal student life at Oxford, and the vast majority of today's students will never even encounter it. Well, now that was really vague, and that's the end of the article. Let's just take a quick look. What is the Bulling Dawn Club? It has its own Wikipedia. Let's see. Oh, it's noted for its wealthy members, grand banquets, and boisterous rituals. Welcome. Okay. Including the vandalization of restaurants, public houses, and college rooms, complemented by a tradition of on-the-spot payment for damage. So literally, it's just a bunch of rich assholes who will go into, like, restaurants, break a bunch of shit, cause a scene, and then pay for all of the damage because they're wealthy enough to do it. Wow. Oh! Wait! Oh my god, this is the club that the British Prime Minister David Cameron was a part of. This is the club that made him, like, put, like, his junk inside of a pig. Oh my god. Photographs of club members. Oh my god. Okay. Hey. Known members. Wait, Bulling Dawn Club. Wait, I need to know. Oh my god. Piggate refers to a claim that during his university years, former British Prime Minister David Cameron inserted his penis and/or testicles into a dead pig's mouth as part of an initiation ceremony for the Piers Graveston Society? Oh, okay, wait. Different society, also at Oxford. What is this society? Why are there so many secret societies at Oxford? Fuck these rich assholes. Anyway. Sorry, fell down a rabbit hole. Let's continue. So we have some lady who has a podcast versus a guy with a degree in theology. Let's see how this goes.
Of course, I would say that there's too much context and too many references.
What would
of
you
God
say is the
choosing
context,
us
just so we can
in
hear you out
him.
on that? Because I think that's a huge...
I think, yeah, well, so, I mean, there are many references to God choosing Christians. Ephesians 1:5, he chose us in him before the foundations of the world. And then you go to Ephesians 2, by grace you have been saved through faith, and this is not your own doing, is not a result of work, so that no one can boast. Like, he is so emphatic
But
about
does that
this.
say faith alone? This gets back to like the sola.
But this is not a result of works. What we would say about James, because scripture has to be interpreted by scripture. And so we believe in viewing everything in context. And so James says faith without works is dead. We would agree that a faith that is not accompanied by works was never real faith. It's not the works that earn the salvation. It is that if you say, if I have a faith, I believe in God, and then I'm a degenerate, I would say that person isn't saved. Not because they're not doing enough good works, but because the faith...
That person is degenerate. I wonder who she's talking about. It's the gays and the transes.
Faith that they are saying that they have is actually counterfeit because it would be proven by their works.
I know, but that's
and Ephesians 2:8-10 actually says that.
But that's my point. There's no...
I'm really disappointed that he wasn't a member of the club that has the pig balls. But instead he was the member of a club that's just a bunch of assholes who are rich. So I mean,
James just... That is a... And I've heard that many times, and that's the point. The point is that there is no... That is a Protestant understanding of it, because that is how the Protestant reformers needed to understand it, to justify a doctrine that they had come up with, because that is not what Scripture says. Scripture says faith alone. As I said, James doesn't make a distinction between dead and living faith. There is no distinction in James between dead and living faith.
But we use the rest of Scripture to put that into context and say, okay, if it says faith here, by grace through faith, it's not a result of works in Ephesians, and it says faith without works is dead in James, all right, we have to reconcile those two inerrant passages, which you would agree, through some thought and through some interpretation.
Two inerrant passages that seem to be contradictory. Could maybe one author at one time and another author at a different time been wrong? Who knows? Also, if that is the case, or if that isn't the case, How did the Council of Nicaea come up with like the codified Bible? Again, I don't know. Let's not look too closely at history.
But and to come back to it again, irresistible grace through baptism, right, is again, this comes back to the point. We are saved through grace. I'm not.
Sorry, one second. We're gonna copy this. Move it on over. As you can see, I'm starting to fill in the rest of my makeup. Paste. As a linked source. Put it over here.
Arguing that we're not saved through grace, right? The Catechism of the Catholic Church clearly states that in chapter 4. It says we are saved through grace, right? The sacraments are the efficacious working of that grace in the modern world. The first example of that grace is baptism, right? And that is why baptism is crucial before the rest of the sacraments can be enjoyed, because one must be baptized to enjoy the Mass, to enjoy all the other things of the efficacious.
And of course, we don't believe that.
Of course you don't believe that, and that's my point.
As you all know, faith is a very important part of my life. I'm always looking for ways to deepen my
Ad.
This is kind of what has really struck out here, is that where are you getting alone?
By faith alone, through grace alone, because you read it in Ephesians 2, you are saved by grace through faith, not by works of righteousness. This is not your own doing, so that no one can boast.
Strange. This inerrant book seems to have multiple interpretations. Better not think of how that might apply throughout all of its history. Better to not think about that.
Boast. And so it is faith through grace. It's not saying, it doesn't say faith and works. It says that works should be a result of your faith, but faith does not have to be, or the works that accompany faith are not what saves you. It is a result of the righteousness that has been imputed to you by Christ. It is not.
And if you convert and God doesn't prove it through you, then it was a fake conversion, I guess. And sucks to suck, I guess.
But
merit in any way.
And just to be clear, Ephesians 2, I'm not disagreeing with that at all, because by grace through faith. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we disagree on the definitions of those words.
Because I'm saying grace, absolutely. Grace comes through baptism, and that is again where I come back.
And of course, we don't agree with that. We agree that.
But then, I mean, and I know we're kind of over time, but as Chesterton said, if it's a symbol, to be damned with it, right? In the same way that, like, if Holy Communion is just a symbol, then what's the point in it, right? And this is the same conversation that I had with myself, like, what's the point of baptism? Like, why? Mm-hmm. It's an outward symbol, so really that doesn't make any difference. Like, why couldn't we just baptize ourselves in that circumstance, right? Because I think you and I would both agree that one can't just baptize oneself. Like, most Baptists, or most Calvinists, most Reformed Protestant would say that you can't just be baptized by yourself. But if it's just a symbol, then why on earth can't I? Does it have a substantial meaning? And this comes back to the whole point, like, if Holy Communion is a symbol, then it's completely irrelevant. If baptism is a symbol, it's completely irrelevant. If the sacraments are a symbol, they're all completely irrelevant. They have to have some spiritual meaning. And again, this comes back to Scripture, which would argue, which clearly states, as I said before, if you are not baptized with water and spirit, you cannot enter the kingdom of God. That, again, that was such a stumbling block for me, as with the real presence, right, in the Mass, as with transubstantiation, because I think that both the Synoptic Gospels and John and Ephesians are so clear. It's just overwhelming, in my opinion. Those were the first, for me, that was the first.
Is he a Catholic convert? It would explain a lot.
A Catholic, was that I just was like, I can't, because I'd been brought up in such a family where scriptural accuracy and literally we had to read Scripture. It was the sola scriptura. I was very much sola scriptura. So therefore I got to this position where I was trying to justify these texts which disagreed with what my church was teaching. And that was the first door that opened, because that was the first question that I had. How could I really talk about the real presence of,
Yeah.
how does scripture talk about the real presence? And yet the church is saying this is just a symbol.
Yes. I would say, though, that your definition of symbol isn't necessarily correct. Just because something is a symbol doesn't mean that it's irrelevant. I mean, there are probably symbols within the Catholic Church that hold spiritual significance. Something can be a symbol.
Yeah, there are probably symbols in the Catholic Church, you know? Like, I don't know, maybe take a look at some of the pictures behind them in the set here. I don't know, just some idea I had. Might be crazy.
In fact, I would think the definition of symbol is to symbolize something else, to symbolize something deeper. So just because something is a signifier or a symbol doesn't mean that we shouldn't do it, doesn't mean that we're not commanded. Now, we don't believe that you are imputed any kind of grace through baptism. Now, I believe in believers' baptism because I'm a Baptist, but there are very solid Presbyterians who are my friends. We share a lot of Reformed theology, but they are Paedo-Baptists. Now, their reasoning for it is different than yours. They believe it's like the circumcision signifier of the Old Testament. And so I also disagree with that interpretation of Scripture. But that is a good example that, okay, circumcision, maybe there were some deeper, more profound reasons for it in the Old Testament, but God commanded it as a signal, as a symbol of their separateness and sacredness. So I disagree that if something is a symbol, then that means that it's not important or doesn't hold spiritual significance. So we do believe that baptism, believers' baptism, is a symbol of inward regeneration. And yes, we do believe it's important because Jesus says, baptize them in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. He doesn't just say in the Great Commission, go share the gospel, which we think is important. He does say baptize them. So we do think it's important. I mean, it's in my denominational name, Baptist. I think it's very important to be actually submerged in your baptism. But we don't believe that if someone dies before they get baptized, that they are not saved. If you confess with your mouth that, if you believe in your heart and confess with your mouth that Jesus Christ is Lord, you will be saved. Baptism is a very important symbol in that, but we do not believe it is salvific.
Any response to that?
My same response as earlier. I mean, I just, again, this comes back to, and this is where, you know, I was arguing with myself because of scriptural, like my literal understanding of scripture became conflicted with my literal understanding of scripture. And it was just this circular argument that I was, unless you are baptized with water and spirit, you cannot enter the kingdom of God. You know, this was, unless you eat my flesh, unless you drink my blood, you know, it's the atom bomb for me. That was like, you know, I'm like, okay, so, and, you know, I heard the arguments, of course, I went through them many times myself, which was that, okay, but the context here is of symbology, and, you know, you're actually talking, you know, you have to understand scripture in light of scripture, of course. But the early church was accused of being cannibals by the Romans because they were perceived of as eating the flesh of Christ. Every single early church father understood the real presence. Every single one. The Didache, the first writings of the Christian church, understood the real presence of Christ, understood the significance of baptism. The early church, you know, confirmed all my suspicions when I started looking into this. I'm like, okay, well, hang on a sec. So you're telling me that the Bible is Protestant, but then somehow the early church in its first 100 years became Catholic, and then it took 1400 years before we became Protestant again. That's not what the early church confirms. The eat my flesh, drink my blood, be baptized with water and spirit. Then you have the early church fathers and the early church councils who confirm all of these doctrines. And then, you know, yes, there was a corrupted church history in between that point and the Reformation, the Council of...
Now, yes, some people did dominate the papacy and, you know, do some underhanded things and maybe did a few assasserinos, okay, as we like to call them within the church. But, you know, look, that was also infallible because it brought us through to today. All right, let's go, baby.
Of Trent was obviously the Counter-Reformation in many ways. It was like the the council supposed to confirm what church doctrine actually was. But my, in between that 33 AD and 1517, you have the church expounding the truth that the early church that was found in the gospel, that was then promoted by the early church, that was confirmed in the councils, and that became doctrine and dogma. And so for me, the doctrine of baptism, the doctrine of the real presence were crucial doors that opened when I became a Catholic.
If you like this video, please like, subscribe, and ring the bell for future notifications.
Okay, so he is a Catholic convert. We nailed it. We did it. We figured it out. We solved the mystery. I disagree with circumcision. I disagree with any surgeries being done on baby genitals, unless it's needed to like save the life of the baby, the babby. The fandom ruined Jesus. Well, folks, I am just about done with my makeup, and when I am done, I will show the next subscription tier. Okay. Folks, if you are going to gift subs, please come over to riverboat.gg, because I get to keep 100% of the subs you throw my way, which is quite nice for me, instead of splitting it 50-50 with Jeff Bezos. Come on over, be cool, be chill, get ye to riverboat.gg, the site to BB. But yeah, that was wild. Honestly, I would like to see more conservative debates like this, mostly because I think I like religious debate. I did a lot of it when I was growing up. And so there's something kind of cathartic about being able to watch this and be like, I know what they're talking about. I know what they're talking about, and they're both full of bullshit. It always makes me super uncomfortable being reminded that people actually believe religious stuff. At least at the end, it sounds more like they're arguing about Warhammer than real life. Catholic Arctic, maybe? Something in there? Yo, Metal Kitty Mom, thank you for the $25 dono. I appreciate that, friendo. Thank you for supporting the channel and supporting the show. And just so you know, that counts as 5 subs towards our next tier. We got 25 out of 20, baby. Thank you. Jack wanting to watch more mental masturbation. I like watching all kinds of masturbation. Let's go. Okay. Let's see. Got my eyes on. Oh, I know. I need the eyeshadow. Haven't been to church in a decade, but saw through their crap. They don't know anything about what they're talking about. I just looked back and stream and them some pretty eyes. Thank you. I kind of like doing my makeup on stream, because then I can actually like the mirror that I'm looking at right here, like gives me a really good angle on my eyes to do my eye makeup. Which is really, really nice. A little bit of silver. There we go. Hi. Hey, Kairyu. Hello. Sending love from South Africa? Yo, sending love right back. Hope you're doing well. Okay, I'm not sure what color of lip I'll go for. I think I'll go for... I might go for this. I don't know if I'm feeling it. Maybe I should go for something a little bit more neutral? No. I'm gonna stick with my decision. Ooh, I'm deep in my brown lip era right now. Brown lip is hard to pull off. At least on me. More important than the Daily Wire discussion, have I played the new Zelda? I have not. I haven't beaten the old Zelda yet. I feel like that's a prerequisite. Honestly, Kurt Mulgrew, like, translating, like, Christian terminology into, like, D&D terminology makes it so much cooler. I didn't beat it either. Look, I played through like some of the first game, and I couldn't figure out the horse riding mechanics, and I felt really dumb. I couldn't figure out how to tame horses, and then I got to like the first dungeon, and I was just kind of like, this game is really big. The first like main temple, I guess, and I was just like, I'm gonna set this down and come back to it, and then I never did. It's just a really big open world, and like I don't typically like invest the time into like Ubisoft like open world games. They get too big and overwhelming for me. I was told it was Skyrim but Zelda. Look, I wanna make another good effort, like good faith effort to play the game, and I might set up like to stream Breath of the Wild, and then into Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom is a much bigger world. Well, I like that there are flying islands in Tears of the Kingdom, and frankly, I know that sounds like a really dumb reason, but that seems like a fun thing. And I like all of the creative stuff people are building, and that just seems like a really fun mechanic. Second one is bigger. It's hard for people who need direction. I like having cohesive narrative. I like that a lot. Okay. I have finished my makeup. I'm gonna put on. Actually, I'm gonna. Make it a bit shiny. Oh, Tears of the Kingdom is $70? Oh my god. But I'll get to it. I'll get to it. Finished your makeup, more like Swedish, am I right? Boo! Boo this man! Boo! But, folks, I need to pee so badly, it's almost like I poured water all over my workstation and then drank 4 glasses of it. So I will be right back. But before I go, I'm going to reveal the next tier of subs. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Topical musical stinger. Boom! I will unbutton my shirt for another 5 subs. In fact, every 2 subs, I will unbutton a new button. So, 1, 2. Be right back. wonderful being. Hello. How's your giant... Oh my goodness, you got a giant sample. Oh my goodness. Yo, chat. Look at you guys all working together. Thoysome, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Spitsfire, thank you for the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. That brings us up to 30. My goodness golly. My goodness golly gracious. That brings us, we hit 30, and you know what? A lot of apples. That converts into 3 subs as well. So we're at 33 out of 30. Until I unbutton this shirt. Hi, chat. Now, we do have another tier opening up here at 40 subs. Here we go. I will change my outfit at 40 subs. Into what? Who can say? How do we not have Booba in this chat? That's true. That's a good question. Just doing some stretching. Ayo. Ayo. All right. This up here. Okay. Hey, Snuggle Kitten. Hey, Forlorn. One of the things that can really suck with large open world games, to me, is when everything just ends up being a different version of the same thing. Breath of the Wild managed to pack a lot of character into every little cranny in the world. True. Yeah, it didn't feel like it was subject to the same issues that plague Ubisoft games. Just some of them, you know. Well, chat, you've gotten through two of my cringe picks. But did you ever think that well, chat, I have something to alert you to, okay? So, for those of you who don't know, Daily Wire launched a new initiative called Daily Wire Plus, which is basically their subscription service, where like they put out like their exclusive movies and shows, and like rely on their commentators to do like their own like special shows for the Daily Wire Plus subscribers, right? Well, one of the things here that's interesting is that the old Daily Wire YouTube account is no longer active. Their last video was actually 3 months ago. And not only was it 3 months ago, but it kind of like heralds their attempt to pivot into true crime. Which is weird. Yeah, that their last video is called The Most Mysterious Crimes. And I figured we should take a look.
It's one of the biggest unsolved murders in American history.
Like we like true crime.
So much horror. He was a demon.
The murder of John Benet Ramsey.
That was the last time he was ever seen. This was certainly the biggest case that had ever been televised before.
Investigators have assured us that this is a case that can be solved.
Ghost crimes.
True crime has captured the public's attention for decades, sparking books, podcasts, movies, all dedicated to diving into the gritty details of unsolved mysteries. Sometimes these crimes are resolved, but others will probably puzzle the public forever. Let's take a look at the most mysterious unsolved crimes of all time. The Black Dahlia. As the sun rose on January 15th, 1947, a mother out for a walk with her child in a Los Angeles neighborhood stumbled upon the body of a young naked woman, sliced in half at the waist.
Jesus Christ. Daily Wire, why you just showing like pictures of dead bodies? Jesus. Okay, well, do we continue? Do we continue? Yeah, this is giving me Watch Mojo vibes. Yeah, no kidding. Do we continue watching this? I don't really particularly want to with this framing. Let's just let's skip through this a little bit.
Mystery, with many details lost to the floods that ravaged the area. Some say that De Palma had angered a group of Satan-worshipping teens at her high school, who she apparently attempted to share her Christian faith with. But was she truly a sacrifice to these dark powers? The truth may be forever buried. Morgan Nick.
Why are you showing, like... Why? Why?
The investigation that followed was massive, with thousands of leads but no solid clues to the whereabouts of little Morgan Nick or her abductor. The FBI and local communities have offered a $60,000 reward for the recovery of Nick and the conviction of the subject responsible for her abduction. The search for Nick continues to this day, with numerous possible sightings of her across the US. Her parents hold on to the belief that she is still alive, and hope that with continued media coverage, someone will come forward with information that will bring their daughter home. The Monster with 21 Faces. Do you know Azaki Glico, the company that makes Pocky Sticks? Did you know their former president, Katsuhisa Azaki, was terrorized by a serial criminal that called themselves the Monster with 21 Faces?
I didn't. I'm learning something new.
In 1984, two ruthless criminals, their faces obscured by masks, stormed the home of Azaki's mother and proceeded to bind her, stealing the house key to Katsuhisa Azaki's home in the process. They then invaded Azaki's home, tying up his wife and daughter. They abducted the CEO and held him hostage in a warehouse, demanding a ransom of 1 billion yen and 100 kilograms of gold bars.
That's
The
a lot of gold
CEO
bars.
managed to escape 3 days later, but the nightmare was far from over. A few weeks later, the head
Wait, you're just gonna glaze over how he escaped? This is terrible true crime. How the fuck did he escape 2 kidnappers who had him tied up?
headquarters parking lot was set on fire. Then, a container filled with hydrochloric acid and a threatening letter was sent to the company. This began a string of letters from a mysterious individual or group calling themselves the Monster with 21 Faces, named after a villain in a Japanese detective series. The letters threatened the company's products, claiming they were laced with lethal potassium cyanide. Glico was forced to remove the products from store shelves, resulting in a $21 million loss and the layoff of 450 workers. After months of harassment, the Monster with 21 Faces moved on. Investigators think they almost caught the criminal after an undercover setup was put into motion. In exchange for stopping the harassment towards one of the food companies, an employee was to hand the criminals ransom money on a train. That was when an investigator posing as the employee saw their prime suspect. The suspect was described as having eyes like those of a fox. The fox-eyed man evaded capture. And the true identity of this mysterious entity remains unknown. But the terror and destruction they brought will forever be etched into history. Later, Police Superintendent Shoji Yamamoto even committed suicide by lighting himself on fire.
What?
Some claim he did this out of shame for failing to capture the fox-eyed man. The monster with 20...
That seems extreme. The fox-eyed man hadn't even killed anybody.
21 Faces continued their torment even towards the police, leaving a final message to the media. Monster with 21 Faces decided to give our condolences. We decided to forget about torturing food-making companies. And with that, they disappeared, leaving a trail of destruction and fear in their wake. The mystery of the severed feet.
You guys know that after the opening parts of this video, I had to make sure there weren't any feet in those shoes. God.
As the sun set on a secluded beach in British Columbia, a young girl stumbled upon a gruesome discovery. She pulled a sneaker from the sand.
God fucking damn it! Well, I can see why they stopped. Why they stopped posting videos on Daily Wire. This was posted 3 months ago, and it has 5,000 views. Just holy shit! And just
one of the
just in case you guys, it's literally the highlighted post on their channel. Is this a new channel? And like, it is associated with the other Daily Wire channels because it's literally recommended in Daily Wire Plus's rotation. Okay, do we have a? Do I not have any direct Daily Wire videos? Guess not. Don't all the hosts just post to their own channels now? Yes, but, literally, this is one of the featured channels on Daily Wire Plus. It's not just like a copycat channel. Like an official thing they got going on. It's super, super weird. I don't know what's going on with their channel output. Let's see. Daily Wire is just the pot of hot dog water. It's true. Weird that the head channel is defunct though, right? Like, one would think, like, I know the Daily Wire has like a website where they post news articles and shit. Weird that they wouldn't use that to post their news articles to, like video versions or whatever, you know? Bunny! We got ourselves a bunny! Well, he looks shy. Looks like a shy bun. Okay, I also just, like, this one's just silly. We need to watch it. It's cringe. But,
Well,
I do have to say, this might be one of the craziest videos I've seen Candace Owens put out, and that's saying a lot. And she's with Brett Cooper. They attended the coronation of the king together.
Speaking of insane families, Britney Spears. And also being naked online. She's giving it all away for free.
Oh my gosh, Britney Spears, what's your take?
Okay, well, there's all of these conspiracies going around on TikTok right now, and they're like zooming in on all the videos that she's posted on Instagram, and they're like showing where it looks like somebody else's face and then it pops up. But I think it's just that she's using like insane filters. But I mean, it is creepy. Like, you watch the frames change, and it's like not. It looks like Jamie Lynn. That's the main theory, is that it's Jamie Lynn. Yes, this is the TikTok thing. That it's Jamie Lynn doing all of these dances, and then they like deep fake, which we all know is possible now.
Deep fakes are possible.
Yeah, and AI stuff. But we have to read some of her captions, because your producer pointed out that these were even weirder than any of the posts. So I'm gonna pull these up.
Is this on Instagram?
Yes.
Okay.
The one about the boobs specifically, if I can pull it up. But she was, okay.
By the way, Jamie Lynn is, I believe, the sister of Britney Spears? Yeah.
Britney Spears. It genuinely is sad. I mean, talk about lithium. I mean, because that's your theory.
Yeah.
Is that just her brain is fried.
My theory, you always have a TikTok theory. This is your thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're deep on the TikTok conspiracy theories.
I am.
And they go viral and everyone believes them. And then I go, okay, no, but here's what's actually happening.
But
This is why I'm not on
I
TikTok.
do agree about
Okay?
the lithium.
Britney Spears was basically controlled for 10 years and put on very heavy medication, one of them being lithium. Your brain cannot come back from being put on lithium. Like, basically, they just melted her brain.
Yeah.
And Britney Spears, as you knew her in your youth, I get it.
And
Loved her.
it physically changes you. And
It's-
I mean,
there's
like,
nothing like everything that they talk about, the gaps in her teeth. I mean, if you're on sustained psychological, any drugs for a very long period of time, it's hard to come back from them. She was on a cocktail of the strongest psychological medications for years, lithium among them. And her brain is just, if they did a scan of Britney's brain, it would be melted. What happened to her is it's a great injustice.
It physically comes apart when you're on those kinds of drugs.
Yeah, she doesn't, like, her brain is like melted.
Wow, I'm so glad we're listening to these two doctors and psychological professionals talk about the effects of lithium on the brain, with their very precise terminology being that it melts your brain. Like, lithium very, very often is totally safe. Like, lithium is quite helpful, actually. For certain mental disorders. I think this show is doing that. True. What are they talking about? I've taken lithium. Oh, my condolences, a lot of apples. Your brain, it's just mush now, apparently. According to these people. Like it's quite literally a very helpful thing that's used for a wide variety of mental disorders. But what's interesting here is that they're just like, yeah, don't take anything for your mental health disorders, okay? It will melt your brain. If a doctor prescribes you lithium, don't do it, okay? Don't do it. It'll fuck you up. I'm like, that's just not true. I mean, like the right waging war on mental health care for no reason again? Well, just remember, they really care about mental health every time a mass shooting happens. They just don't want... Look, if you have bipolar disorder, if you have schizophrenia, okay, they don't want you to have lithium, all right? Just give in to the delusions. Okay, I'll tell my therapist that Candace Owens told me that my medications are unsafe. Yeah, you know, you got a doctor's note from Candace now.
Melted.
Yeah.
And
also, like, not even to mention the fact that they're speculating about the mental health of, like, Britney Spears because she's posting, like, weird things on social media. So the fuck what? She wasn't able to post weird things on social media when she was, like, you know, 35. Like, let her live. Goddamn.
I feel that it is a great tragedy, and I feel so bad for Britney Spears because this happened to her, and she was never... What Britney Spears honestly needed was, like, a break and to be away from the press and the paparazzi for a month of her life with, like, no...
Well, no, what Britney Spears honestly needed was not to be owned by her dad.
No cell phone.
She needed to date a London
Instead,
boy,
they
like
put
Taylor
her
Swift.
on a Psych 5150 hold and put her on heavy medications. So what happened to her is a great tragedy, and people should be sued, and people should go to prison for it. That said, to Britney Spears' fans, she is not able to live on her own.
No.
She is not able to make sound decisions. You have to understand that, like, her brain is melted.
But the people in...
How the fuck do you know that? Based off of her posting The only evidence they've shown is like a couple pictures of Britney Spears like spinning around in like Instagram videos. Oh, okay, you know what? You know what? Let's check out. Okay. Britney Spears Instagram. Let's go. Okay. Dance, upside down, yoga. Pray every day. Chef in the works. If you don't honor your needs, how could anyone else? If every relationship, there's a person who falls asleep instantly and the other person who lies awake wondering how that's even possible. Oh, look, it's Britney Spears posting pictures of herself, and intelligence and intuition are two friends. Wow. So weird. This looks like every middle-aged white woman's Instagram, okay? Like for real. My Instagram, give me like 5 more years, 6 more years. My Instagram will look identical, okay? I too will be posting thirst traps and then also random photography. Man, so crazy. Oh, let's take a look at the reels. I probably shouldn't unmute. Oh no, she's dancing. How unhinged. She clearly can't be trusted to live her life. I have 4 organic pitchers of watermelon juice in my refrigerator. It's my favorite. Also, be careful with that knife, lady. She's doing some good cuts, but like... I just get nervous. Yeah, Candace Owens, Britney Spears can't be trusted with this knife. Oh no, she's making delicious watermelon juice. The horror. Look at her doing all of this unhinged shit. I'm not gonna lie, I am worried about this baby doing this though. I am worried about what's happening here with that child. Oh no. Oh no. More dancing videos. The horror. What is she doing? It's so weird. It's so... Oh my god. Someone known for her dancing is doing dancing on her Instagram. That's so crazy. Clearly she can't take care of herself because she's posting dances. I can't believe someone known for their performances would practice or have fun doing dances on their Instagram. That's so crazy. I do want to see what these horses are up to, though. Oh, wait. Okay, I don't... Yeah, okay. The baby video is not even her baby. This is from a different kid. She gives like a fucking credit for where the video's from. I don't know, guys. Like, this seems pretty normal to me. Cringe, maybe, but pretty normal.
In her life, should
she's clearly in a lithium-induced coma.
Be the ones. I mean, her husband is so obviously taking it like that. It's so creepy. It's very okay. Wait, this is the post. So she has. It's literally just her tits. And then
she does crazy things because she is crazy, but she wasn't crazy.
No.
When she went into the situation, she was made crazy by the drugs that they put her on.
But she said, if I clapped my tits, I could make one pop like a balloon on Thursday. TikTok, TikTok. I salute all bitches today.
Wait, that's not just her tits. There's a bra in this too. You lied to us.
Not just with my middle finger, but with my chest
You lied
too.
to
How do you
us.
spell chest? Is it chest or chest?
No, it doesn't say that. Read it to me again.
Okay. If I clap,
this kind of sounds
they're
like
gonna clip this.
This sounds like a Cardi B song.
Yeah, it does. I salute all my bitches today, not just with my middle finger, but my chest too. How do you spell chest? Is it chest or chest?
This is literally a Cardi B song.
It's like, take her phone away from her.
It would be really funny if Cardi B made that into a catchy song, though.
So she posted the tits, and then just a random.
Wait. Can I find the tit post? Tits. Nope, I have to log in. It's making me log in. I can't see more. I'm sorry.
Black and white photo of a bunch of men.
What?
Yes.
No!
It's on the same thing.
I don't follow her. It makes me sad.
Yes. And then there's all of these totally like naked photos, and then she got angry at Instagram because they were flagging her naked photos, and they're like, Instagram doesn't like my pure body. And I'm like, Brittany, it's not about you.
What's her middle name? Is it Lynn? No. Brittany.
No, that's Jamie Lynn.
Brittany
Jean.
Brittany Jean.
She's so Southern.
She's so Southern. Guys, I'm sorry, but she is.
It is hard.
Man, it sure would make you an asshole if you had, I don't know, been spending like 3 minutes prior to this talking about how sad it was that she needed help and couldn't like be trusted to manage her own affairs, and then just started laughing because of what she was doing. Man.
Heartbreaking because she posts these old clips of her.
She's damaged.
She is. She is like shattered glass, and she's like delicate, but she posts these old clips of her, you know, in her heyday singing and performing, and she writes, those are like the captions that I actually like are heartbreaking because she's like, look at what I used to be. Like, I miss that. And it's like that's like a very real part of her. Yeah. But like, and she can't, and like, I imagine like her relationship with her kids is totally destroyed. And they've like spoken out publicly about her, about how they like can't have a relationship, which is like even more heartbreaking.
Actually, I feel so sad for her kids because I can't even imagine how embarrassed they are, especially because they're young teenage boys. Everyone has watched everything.
It's awful.
They seem to be dealing with it well. If you had told me that Kevin Federline was going to be the stable parent when they first got together, I would have thought you were insane. And I do believe that now she's being used by Sam Asghari. It's not about her being happy or loving. It's about him wanting money. And that's really what it comes down to. He's living a very nice lifestyle. He's basically a sugar baby.
He's jet setting around the world.
Right,
while
on
she
private
does,
planes while she puts her titties on the internet.
Yeah.
Is
Do you remember
a really
when
crass way to say it.
Who's her first husband? Jason, it's not the same guy that was on Seinfeld, but they have the same name. So he crashed her wedding to Sam. And everybody was like, he's insane. He's trying to ruin this for her. But I went back and I watched the video again recently. And he was like, where is Brittany? Show me where Brittany is. And then he was like, this is a bullshit wedding. And so now that I rewatched it, I'm like, does he know that they are like using her and exploiting her?
I don't know, because the one person that was at that wedding, I think some of them feel sad, is like Paris Hilton. I think she's maintained her friendship and she knew her from when she was normal. They used to party together when they were young. And I think that a lot of people, myself included, just want Brittany to be free and be happy. And they haven't yet tethered themselves to the reality that she's never going to be free because her brain has been melted. You know what I mean? She's
citation needed.
Basically been enslaved by a cocktail of medication. And that's
I wonder, you know, Candace, how would you feel if your father owned you for 13 years and all of your professional work? I wonder if that might make you a little upset, Arena.
Typical American story, unfortunately.
Selena Gomez was there.
Yeah.
And she apparently got super drunk because then Brittany unfollowed her and was like posted a photo of them together and was like, some people got so drunk I couldn't even,
No, she did not.
Yes.
I kind of like that she's a savage,
Right?
though.
She like does not get. They also invited so Selena, and there was a whole group of girls, and she posted a picture of Britney, or Britney posted a photo of her being like, "Oh my God, you're here," and she was like, "All these girls showed up. I didn't know they were coming. I can't believe." And she literally didn't know who was invited to her wedding.
Yikes, man! You gotta pray for Britney, but she does probably need to be.
I mean, it's
helped.
so. I'm looking at. I mean, it's just so.
Yeah, it's hard
sad.
because this happened because she was a conservatorship, but what the conservatorship did to her almost requires a conservatorship. It's like it's totally totally crazy.
Well, the whole American psychiatric system, you were talking about that today on the show. It's absolutely abysmal.
It's appalling. It's absolutely appalling how easy it is to get drugs. How everyone thinks that they have a mental disorder. They're a little anxious because they have to take a test and like I need Xanax. It's like you have a final.
And the people who then actually are truly insane.
How are they getting Xanax if they don't have diagnosed medical conditions, Candace? Are they just buying illegal drugs? Because then I would agree with you. But if they're getting diagnoses, like, I don't know. Suddenly Candace Owens over here is the only true therapist, the only true psychologist who can diagnose people.
And truly need help. There's no place for them to go. And there's no actual support for anything like Britney other than another conservatorship, which then who would take responsibility for that? Yeah.
Feel bad for Britney's children, which brings me to this last topic. Children, I think of Heidi Klum, she's doing these ads. Have you been following this?
I don't think so.
So I don't know why, but incest seems suddenly around the corner. I've noticed it first and foremost.
The fuck is wrong with you? Like what the fuck? Like what are you? What is wrong with these people? I'm sorry. Did I miss something here?
Heidi Klum, she's doing these ads. Have you been following this?
I don't think so.
So I don't know why, but incest seems suddenly around the corner. I've noticed it first and foremost. I was really sickened by a lot of the Kardashian ads. Whenever they're selling lipstick, they're like they've got their lips next
and they're
to
all
each
like
other.
naked.
They're all half naked.
If that's where your brain goes when you see ads like this, that's entirely your projection onto these ads.
I would never sit next to my sister in a thong and a bra and make sexy.
They're models, Candace. It's their job. What are you talking about?
Faces. I don't think people realize how weird it is because you kind of look at them as like porn stars. So you don't even
Again,
think
it's shocking if people are actually fully dressed.
Right, exactly. Yeah. But Heidi Klum recently did this lingerie campaign. This is the second time she's done it, and she's gotten a lot of backlash, which is weird because the Kardashians don't get the same backlash because, again, people don't even view them as people.
Used to it,
But she did this campaign with her daughter. I think her name might be Lenny.
A lingerie campaign?
Yeah, and
That's
she
so
just turned, her
weird.
daughter just turned 18, and it's for Intimacy. Do you know the brand Intimacy? Yeah. So they're both next to each other in a bra and underwear, and people are like, this is wildly inappropriate.
Especially because she just turned 18.
She just
It's not
turned
like she's
18.
like some 30-year-old whatever, I can make my own decisions.
Right.
That again.
What are you talking about? She's an adult. She could have said no. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? This is so fucking weird. Like they wow. Look at this. The world's most famous model standing next to her daughter in a lingerie ad. Incest. What is wrong with you? What broke your brain? Like, I'm sorry. Do these people not know that most of the models they see are like are like in their late teens, early 20s? And frankly, if models make it to 30, they are on the upper end. They are on the upper end of the age limits on that profession. Which is why Heidi Klum being as famous as she is kind of a big deal.
Again, is like allowing those creeps who have been waiting.
Right.
This
is the phenomenon. Who's that rapper girl.
Bad Baby?
Bad Baby.
Where it was on that interview with Caleb Presley.
Right.
Where he was like, do you think that the men who like subscribed to your OnlyFans the day you turned 18 should be in jail? And she was like, yeah, it's weird.
It's weird.
She made millions off of it, but it's creepy.
Exactly. And so it's
true. That is true. Men who wait for girls to turn 18 are real creepy. And that is a fact. Also, the men who don't wait for girls to turn 18 are insanely creepy.
Even weird when a mom is trotting her out in front of the world. Now, again, you could say that maybe...
Again, just like what they're saying is dripping with misogyny here. Specifically when they're talking about, like, the fact that, like, women who model are, like, basically whores. Like, they made the comparison, right? With the Kardashians earlier. And it's just like, they're wearing clothes, Candace. Like, they're in magazine photo shoots. Now, if you want to talk about, like, the sexualization of society or whatever, I mean, that I guess, but, like, what they're doing is legal and not hurting anybody. If your problem is that some creepy dudes are going to look at, or ladies are going to look at that and, like, masturbate to it, I mean, I guess, but, like, they'll do that to anything. People will do that to, like, 45, 50-year-old ladies in, like, car commercials, okay? Like, people will find a way to masturbate to things, okay? Like, eventually it'll be, like, oddly shaped, curvy driftwood, and some guy's just gonna be like, oh, fuck yeah. Like that's just kind of how it be, alright? But to look down on them because they're fucking models? Like, what? And that not only do you look down on them, you, like, accuse them of incest. And that's just wild. Wild shit.
Maybe Heidi Klum has a different version of what sex is because it's quite literally her job and she's always taking her clothes off. So maybe for her, she's thinking, I'm really proud of my daughter.
Ah, yes. Candace Owens thinks that having sex is just taking your clothes off and leaving all of your underwear on.
Because she can do what I did when I
Or
was...
she feels like she's like, I will usher her in on, like, my own terms.
Right, but why is she next to her?
It's weird.
Why are a mom and a daughter next to each other in thongs and in bras?
Yeah.
And
I don't know, probably some kind of coronation of some kind, you know? Like a passing of the torch, if you will. I don't know. But yeah, definitely don't talk about how weird it is for you to have traveled to the other side of the planet to watch an old man get a hat.
next to each other, like cuddled up. There's something about it that I really don't like.
All right, if you guys like this video, please subscribe to the YouTube channel. I'm on a race.
By the way, just as an FYI, I fucking adore Heidi Klum for one reason, and one reason only. It's because this is the fucking costume she went with I think it was last Halloween. This is her costume. I think this is her husband in the fisherman outfit. She's literally just a giant worm. She's just a worm with a little fucking face on it. It's so fucking funny. It's so good. Oh, it's so good. Here.
Oh my God, Heidi, you're topless. This is the
Oh my God.
This is the first. I have never done an interview like this before, Heidi. How are you? I'm amazing. How are you guys? This is the first. Okay, Heidi, have you normalized before? No, I have not. I mean, the rain brought you out tonight, but did you and Tom go on a recent fishing trip to come up with this wild idea.
You know what they say, the early bird catches the worm. My husband, you know, I'm the worm.
You're the worm.
We're
Okay,
going fishing.
How many months did this take to get you in this? Oh my, you're even slimy!
Well, what was amazing for me today, it didn't take me so long, but to make the costume took a very long time.
Do you know approximately how long it took them?
A few months, you know, to build this. I had a few fittings.
Oh my god.
Heidi, how do you think of a worm?
One of the world's most a woman who is widely recognized as one of the most beautiful people in the world, dressing up on Halloween as a fucking disgusting gigantic worm, like she's the fucking god emperor of Dune, like amazing.
I don't know. I just thought of, you know, some random thing. Last year I wanted to be a tree, but then he thought that was difficult to do, so I kind of started thinking outside the box. And then I thought a rainworm would be cute. That's something that we all know, but don't really love.
A rainworm would be cute.
Worm that I've ever seen.
Chat, would you still love me if I was a clorm?
Fisherman Tom over here, you about took his eye out.
Thank
Good
you.
God. Tom, when you married Heidi, did you think that this would, I mean, you were marrying into this, a Halloween spectacle?
I always loved Halloween myself, so yeah, I was ready for it.
You were game. And tonight, Lenny's here for the first time, celebrating.
Where's my daughter? She's a little cat.
See, I know she's for your arrival.
Where is she? Is she not here somewhere?
She's inside, I believe. Can you give us another secret about your costume? You had to get a spray tan, although I'm not even sure why, Heidi.
Where's my daughter? I'm a worm. I cannot find her. What does she normally look like? Here. Let's see. Let's see. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Just want to make sure I'm actually like pulling a picture of Heidi Klum instead of like getting her confused with another white lady. I don't know. She has done like a lot of Victoria's Secret modeling. Been on the cover of like Elle. Like oh god.
Well, I wanted to make sure I look good underneath too, right? Right, Tom? Because at some point the worm needs
just for
to
me.
be worm.
Exactly. Okay, finally, how many people did it take to get you ready today?
Oh, there were a lot of people there. A lot of people. I mean, you know, they had to build this piece before. I think that was the hardest thing to do. And then I guess to kind of match my face in it. I feel very claustrophobic in here.
How did you even get here, honey?
I don't know.
You don't know. You just ended up like this. You slithered down the streets of New York
No, I
City.
got ready here at the Moxie, but, you know, I can only walk very, very slowly.
Well, thank you for your time tonight. You always just knock Halloween out of the park. Trick or treat. Oh my gosh. How many?
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Halloween, everyone. Mwah.
Oh my God, Heidi, you're topping. This is the top.
Yeah, she was also on Project Runway. You know, like she does a lot of modeling stuff. And she's also a worm. A worm on the side. God. Speaking of suffering for your costume, I drank a lot of water at the beginning of stream. I need to pee so badly. I will be right back. And chat, we're 7 subs away from an outfit change. If any of you would be interested in getting us a little bit closer to that, Especially if you're over on riverboat.gg, where I get to keep 100% of your subs instead of splitting them 50-50 with Jeff Bezos over on Twitch. BRB. All right. Cool. All right. Cool. Cool. All right. Cool. All right. A lot of apples. Thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. And Paladin Lost, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. That brings us up to 39 subs. We are 1 sub away from an outfit change. And I do hope you like the outfit. How we doing, folks? Would you love me if I was a clorm? An important question for all of you. Going to eat lunch soon? One day I will have lunch. No, not corm. Clorm. Would you like me if I was a clorm? Would you still love me if I was a clorm, chat? It's a pretty simple, straightforward question. Yes? Okay. Well, that's at least one yes. Oh, definitely. Okay, cool. Now we're cooking with clorms. Doodleburb. Well, I appreciate your honesty. Oh, God. Damn, that clorm thick, though? Yeah, it's true. What that wiggle butt do? Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. 18 is a... Oh, yeah, a lot of apples. 18 is by far the largest combo Riverboat.gg has ever seen. Okay? That is absolutely the highest I've seen. Honestly, 4, like the 4x before that, could easily have been the largest one prior. 100%. We can't fucking combo. It's true. It's true. All right, let's do another. Let's do a little bit more. Let's do a little bit more conserva cringe, because I got more, baby. I got so much more. Paladin, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. It's time for an outfit change. I'll be right back. Okay, you guys chill. I'll be back by the time the song is over.
One of the back
Hello. Also, what are you guys cheating the combo system with mods? Are you guys cheating the mod combo system? Squish. And chat, we are now at 41 subs. We are at 41 subs, courtesy of Paladin Lost. My goodness. Oh ho. You see. I'm nervous for you, Jack. Why are you nervous for me? My boobs are safely nestled within this this top. Combo mad super sexy style. Combo go up still gets me hyped even though I know it's rigged. Even though I know the truth. New outfit. Ooh woo. Well, chat. You've unlocked the final tier. However, it won't be so easy for you. You see, it is 60 subs. It's 19 subs away. However, the reward... there we go. Is a sexy outfit. Is it a manatee onesie? Nope. Combo breaker. Hey, Sweet Myths, how you doing? Somebody in chat was talking about how your music is like their new favorite thing. Wait, is that actually Sweet Myths? Yeah, it's Diego from Sweet Myths. It is the Sweet Myths. OMG, I'm listening to your entire discography. I've become such a fan. Hell yeah. They do music real good. Okay. So, it's time for us to talk. Hey, how much would you charge to produce a Riverboat Jack theme? Jack gets a usage license in perpetuity, but you retain all other Oh god. Okay, well I don't know how I can't afford that. But let's talk about the Turkish elections, folks. Looking forward to that EP, Sweet Myths. Here's what we have, okay?
It's election day here in Istanbul, Turkey, and the polls are open. As we speak, millions of people across the country are casting their vote in what could be one of the most consequential elections in the country's history. In the tight race for president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan is facing the most serious challenge to his 20-year rule to date. He's overseeing an economy in trouble, with inflation soaring around 50% here and the lira collapsing, resulting in a cost of living crisis. His primary challenger is Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu, who has campaigned on restoring Turkey's economy. He wants to stop what he believes is a slide into authoritarianism into the country. And he also wants...
Might be a little bit more than a slide, considering Erdogan has been ruling Turkey for like 20 years, and there was an armed coup attempt against him that he violently put down, and that they arrest people who like question his authority and then put them in prison for years. But you know, whatever.
Wants to restore credibility and independence to the country's institutions, like its central bank. The polling
Yeah,
shows
10 letter
that
name,
this
you
is
can.
going to be a tight race. Either way, both candidates have starkly different visions for Turkey's future, its democracy, its economy, and its foreign policy.
So that's just like a little bit of like a give you a little bit of an idea of what's going on. I'm gonna absolutely butcher this man's name. I apologize. So we have a man named Kamal Kilikdaroglu. Kilikdaroglu. Okay? Kamal Kilikdaroglu. Who is basically the leader of the Social Democratic Party in Turkey. He's managed to put together a coalition of folks to try and challenge Erdogan's rule for the first, like, meaningfully challenge it. And this might be honestly the last like electoral chance of like removing Erdogan from power, which is not great. So if you take a look here, he was a university professor for a long period of time, and he basically is trying to bring some more left-wing economic policies. He's also attempting to align Turkey more with the West. He wants to bring it into the EU more fully. He wants to, heighten its sway with NATO. Basically, he wants to do a lot of things that would serve to try and modernize the country and the country's economy. You found this. What is this? Oh.
Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu.
Wow. I was wrong.
Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu.
Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu.
Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu.
I'm not that's real hard. I find it kind of interesting that a giant earthquake will bookend his political career. Yeah, the Turkish response to the massive earthquakes was under Erdogan was very unfulfilling and unsatisfying for people in Turkey. But here we'll take a little bit.
Officials are counting the vote.
A little bit of a look here. And again, I cannot stress enough, this is like an opportunity for Turkey to not be ruled by a dictator, and that'd be kind of wonderful.
Good evening, I'm John Yang. In Turkey, officials are counting the votes from today's election to see if President Recep Tayyip Erdogan will continue his two-decade hold on power.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who has problems saying Turkish names.
The state-run news agency indicates that Erdogan may be headed for a runoff in 2 weeks. The election, with a unified opposition, represented the greatest political challenge yet to Erdogan's increasingly authoritarian rule. The challenger, Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu.
Okay, I feel a bit better with PBS News absolutely butchering the name. I feel a bit better that I'm not the only one.
Narrowly led Erdogan in pre-election surveys. He's a retired civil servant and ran on the promise of restoring democracy, which Erdogan had eroded.
I believe he also like headed their like social services branch of like the Turkish government. Like he's a fairly well-liked figure in Turkey.
Turkish voters went to the polls today in mood for change.
For me, this feels like a parting of ways. I don't know how to describe it. I can't think of a more important election.
While we await the final vote count, we turn to Soner Çaptay, who's head of the Turkish research program at the Washington Institute.
This guy just looking at the host, being like, "You couldn't even say our fucking president's name, you goon."
For Near East Policy. His most recent book is A Sultan in Autumn. Erdogan faces Turkey's uncontainable forces. To use your terms, what are the uncontainable forces that are driving Erdogan to a runoff tonight?
I would say that
it's true. If only you had $160 to spare.
Economy is his Achilles heel. Erdogan has won elections until recently on a platform of strong economic growth, and he's never won elections while not delivering growth. At the same time, he came pretty close to clinching victory this time, so economy was a big factor going into the elections for him, and the earthquake should have hurt his popularity. 8 agencies were nowhere to deliver aid after this devastating and sad earthquake, but his strength is his information control, or control of information flow, rather. In the last half a decade, Erdogan has eliminated autonomy of many of Turkey's institutions, from courts to foreign ministry to the central bank, with grave ramifications for the country's economy, foreign policy, but also electoral boards and media. 90% of the media is aligned with him, and 80% of Turkey's citizens cannot read languages other than Turkish. So he can curate reality. And in the run-up to these elections, citizens did not hear about inflation, human rights abuses, journalists and politicians in jail, or relief agencies that failed to provide aid after the earthquake, but how Erdogan has made Turkey a great military industrial power. He repeated this argument over and over in the media, given that a large majority of citizens basically read the news that he curated. So I think this is the first election won in the world, Erdogan being the inventor of nativist populist politics in this century globally, the first election won on a platform of post-truth narrative.
You know, he is right here. I had a knee-jerk response to be like, did Erdogan really invent that in this century? And like, Erdogan's been able to do it very successfully over like the last 20 years, whereas like the American like nativist streak has been relatively contained. Relatively, that the populism amongst the far right has been relatively contained until like Donald Trump was elected. And so like I would say Erdogan's by far way more successful than the Trump administration or has been. Anyway.
Meaning you spread lies, you repeat them so much that they become reality, and you win elections based on that.
Hey, True
and
Gritty.
People forgot that these were lies to begin with.
This election is being closely watched in Western capitals, here in Washington, and at the Kremlin. Why? What's at stake for those parties?
A lot is at stake. Turkey is the second largest military in NATO. It borders Iran, Iraq, Syria. It plays a role in the war in Ukraine. Vladimir Putin decided last year that he wanted Erdogan to win. As the economy in Turkey went into problems and hyperinflation under Erdogan, large amounts of cash was transferred from Russia to Turkey. Erdogan handed these out in the form of very generous social security benefits, as well as cheap natural gas from Russia that he basically gave free to voters in the run-up to elections. And I think that helped perhaps put him close to the finishing line. Putin wants Erdogan to
Trans Taco, thank you very much for subscribing. I appreciate that.
Win, because Erdogan is a
Goddamn, you've been subscribed for 19 months. Thank you.
Minded leader that helps put
a lot of apples over here has been subscribed for 22 years.
And challenge the US-led liberal international order. So I think Putin is quite happy tonight that Erdogan did not lose. We have a runoff likely in 2 weeks, and Putin will continue to support Erdogan financially and through information operations, because he cannot afford to see Erdogan lose when he's not winning himself in
Hope
Ukraine.
and Shadow.
And tell us about the opponent he's going to face in the runoff, Kılıçdaroğlu.
It makes me feel a lot better that he's also struggling with it.
How much of his strength tonight is support for him? How much is opposition to Erdogan?
Absolutely. Kılıçdaroğlu is a soft-spoken politician, opposite of Erdogan. Erdogan is a populist. He demonizes and brutalizes and cracks down on demographics unlikely to vote for him. Kılıçdaroğlu followed a campaign where he reached out across the aisle, tried to bridge Turkey's traditional left-right split, him being on the left side, of course. And perhaps it worked. He was able to unite opposition forces, but he couldn't really get to, I think, the 50% margin. And in this regard, I think Erdogan played a really masterful game. Kılıçdaroğlu's party was supported by a pro-Kurdish faction. Erdogan branded this faction as quote-unquote terrorists. And as I said, post-truth narrative. If you repeat a lie enough many times, it becomes reality. I think some voters were convinced that support for Kılıçdaroğlu by this opposition Kurdish party meant support by terrorist factions, and he probably lost some support as a result of that.
If Erdogan wins the runoff, or if it goes to the runoff and Erdogan wins the runoff, do you think his assault on democracy will continue?
I have so far argued that Turkey is countries could be vegetables. I've said that Turkey is the onion. Why the analytically onion? Because it doesn't have a core. You peel it, you think you got to the core, and it's not there. So taking that analogy.
Thanks, Guy. We've all seen the movie Shrek.
I always argued that Turkey is not an autocracy, not a democracy. It is a democracy.
It's true. Mods are rigging the combo meter. I'll allow them to do that this stream, because I didn't know it existed, but after today's stream, no more rigging.
Democracy that has fallen under an autocrat. It's trying to make a comeback. It didn't succeed quite. We'll see in the runoff what happens. If Erdogan wins again, I think Turkey will become a complete autocracy. The remaining institutions that have maintained their autonomy will fall under him.
I think you mean an autocracy. Roll credits. What is the combo thingy? When someone uses an emote, you can also use that same emote, and it will combo the emotes.
Courts and others, the last vestiges of rule of law will disappear. Erdogan will become anointed as the country's new sultan. Educated Turks and youth will flee the country, having given up any lost hope that he can be voted out. And I think that, unfortunately, Turkey will descend into deeper autocracy.
Soner Chaptai, thank you very much.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Why are they not using Turkey's name change? Wait, I was also unaware of this. Wait. Oh no. NPR is not loading for me. Can you all see me? Is it Istanbul now? Huh, weird. Maybe I just have too many tabs open. That could very well be. It has been known. Okay. So for those wondering about, oh, are we not gonna be able to load any tabs? Why? Why not? What did I do? Yeah, it's now the Republic of Turkey. Turkey, yeah. Turkey, yeah. Or Turkey, ye. What? Google Chrome, why are you sassing me? Hey, Lacano, whoa. Do. You know what I found out today? Never learned this in school. Sorry, just a bit of a tangent here. We're gonna move this over here. What the hell is happening? Are we losing frames? Or can you guys see me just fine? Okay, stream's okay. it's just okay. I'm gonna end Chrome as a process, and we're gonna restart Chrome, I guess, because that's the main issue. It seems to be. Everything else is working fine. There we go. But yeah. Okay, we're good. Frames are dropping? No, there are no dropped frames. Why you lying? But right now, the likelihood of a runoff in the election is becoming more and more a reality. Essentially, neither Erdogan nor Kılıçdaroğlu have actually achieved the 50% threshold, which is necessary to win the election. The state-owned news agency has Erdogan at around 49.25%. Kılıçdaroğlu has 45.05%. However, in a runoff situation, there seems to be a somewhat of a good chance that the non two parties, like the other parties that aren't the two main ones, or voting blocks, might split for Kılıçdaroğlu, but we'll have to see. Like Erdogan's so close to the victory line, it could very well be that like even aligning the other blocks wouldn't actually result in his leadership being changed. Yeah, in the parliamentary elections, state news agency Anadolu reported Erdogan's governing coalition had secured 49.38% of the overall vote, while the opposition coalition had 35.16% of the vote. Potentially another 10 percentage points to that if adding votes from the Kurdish majority's People's Democratic Party, or HDP, which ran under the Green Left Party and other socialist parties. So if the socialists join forces with the SOC Dems, there's a much better chance of achieving a majority and possibly of attaining a more beneficial executive leadership. Probably CPU lag, probably. So that's kind of where we are right now. Unfortunately, it is quite close. So close that like it might very well be that in a recount, Erdogan is able to hit that 50% threshold. But until that actually happens, we do not know. Socialists, please, for the love of God, ally with libs in this fight. Yeah, no kidding. Ally with libs to overturn authoritarianism. And by the way, this election is taking place during a time in which the Turkish lira is currently at 95% of its former value. Sorry, did I say at 95%? I mean, it's at 5% of its original value. After the last 15 years of Erdogan's leadership. So literally, it's worth 95% less than it was 15 years ago. Less than 1% from majority. That's a pretty small gap to cross. Yeah, which is why it'll be really interesting to see what happens. I have to imagine that they were able to keep these elections relatively democratic, given how close the margins are here. But yeah, Kilikdaroglu had to unite 6 different parties to form a coalition that was able to challenge Erdogan's single party. Like it's ridiculous. Like, when we talk about this being one of the last chances to like unseat Erdogan, like that's why. They literally had to consolidate 6 parties into one voting bloc in order to try and make this happen. Now, keep in mind, even though Kilikdaroglu is like a better option than Erdogan, he's not really a great option. One of his main campaign promises has been to deport millions of Syrian and Afghan refugees that are currently living in Turkey, which seems to be at odds with his desire to align Turkey with a more Western set of values that will allow them to deepen their ties with the EU and NATO. But we'll see, I guess. Hopefully that's a lot of hot air. Deporting millions is not typically something that ends particularly well for anybody. Also, Baked Riemann Zeta, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Hope you are enjoying Manatee Jack. If the grassroots are strong, it's possible to guide progress. I mean, I don't know how strong the grassroots are in Turkey versus like the forces that just want Erdogan out so that they can like pursue more liberal agendas, you know? It does, GD Reaper. Chat, before I go, make sure you have enough potassium in your diet, because I almost passed out this morning from pain caused by a cramp induced by a potassium deficiency. Damn. Yo, eat some bananas, Archangel. I'm sorry. Hope you're feeling better. Also, chat, we are 18 subs away from the sexy outfit change. Ba-na-na-na-na. Look, a little friend. You were nosing my outfit even more open. Okay, this should be acceptable. She came up to give me a hug. Yeah, you good dog. You good dog. You a baby? Are you a baby? Yeah. What a lovely carpet dog she really is. Yeah. Oh, I got some puppy kisses too. Yeah. Do you need supper? I think she's telling me she needs to eat. I will be right back. While I'm gone, each of you think about what you did wrong, and let me know when I get back, okay? All right, BRB. Howdy, folks. How we doing? Streamer back. Beat Dredge yesterday? That looks like a fun game. Well, guys, are you ready for some of the hand-picked cringe that I have for you? Doing good. Just found a thesis that's trying to understand the source of transphobia amongst cis people. It's interesting so far. All right, folks. We got some quiet chatters tonight. It's a little weird. But I love you. I love you all. Good news, I was using the restroom. I used the men's still, and twice today men came in, did a double take, checked the sign outside, then proceeded like normal when I used the bathroom at work. Hell yeah, Hapsley! Maybe that's a sign it's about time to use the women's. A little tired? Yeah. Well, I have a question for you, Thoysum. Are you too tired for a new PragerU animated short? Are you too tired for that? Are we too tired for some PragerU animation? 'Cause I'm not. I'm not ever too tired for that. And again, chat 18 subs away from a sexy outfit change. Here we go.
Welcome to Los Angeles, the second most populous city in the USA and the heart of sunny Southern California. Its residents, known as Angelinos, enjoy the city's beaches, hiking trails, museums, theme parks, sports venues, and acclaimed universities.
Damn,
In
that sounds
1848, gold was discovered in California, and thousands of people moved west across the United States to try to strike it rich.
And no one else lived there prior. Do not look into the history of who was there before that.
At the time, the remote village of Los Angeles was just a rugged frontier town with very few people. But, like the rest of the state, it quickly expanded to accommodate the wave of newcomers. Over the last 150 years, Los Angeles, or LA for short, has been a beacon of growth, offering opportunity for millions of residents. But this rapid expansion of people and culture has also come with some growing pains.
The implication being that people and cultures coming together results in crime. Interesting.
And when tensions turn to violence, Angelinos must rely on a strained police force for protection.
Ah yes, a strained police force that forms criminal gangs within its own ranks, and has an initiation process that involves murdering people. That's true, by the way. Unfortunately. Ah, good. We can finally watch our favorite show. Mateo backs the blue. Mateo, you're doing it wrong. You're supposed to have an American flag with only black, white, and a single blue stripe. Because no one crosses the blue line. Am I right, Mateo? Don't cross the blue line. Don't do it.
This is Mateo, the 13-year-old son of Mexican immigrants living in Los Angeles. Mateo's parents, Juan and Lucy, moved here just a few years before he was born. They operate a small convenience store that serves a largely Hispanic neighborhood. Mateo attends the local public school where his favorite subjects are math and PE. After school, he helps at his parents' store restocking shelves and sweeping the floors. On Sundays, he attends Mass with his family at the nearby Catholic church. In his free time, Mateo enjoys playing baseball, hanging out with his friends, and playing video games. Before immigrating to Los Angeles, Juan and Lucy run a small general store in Mexico. They worked hard to make their business successful, but cartel members began harassing Juan, demanding money for protection.
By the way, I like that in a lot of the PragerU stuff, like the poor harried masses are all business owners. You know? Yeah, have you noticed that? None of them are just like some guy who worked for like a company, you know? It's all, they ran a small business and then some bad hombres came around.
The threats got so bad that Juan and Lucy decided to embark on the long and expensive process of applying for a U.S. green card.
Wow, good thing they had money to do that. Gee whiz, imagine what Juan and Lucy would have had to do if they didn't have the money to get the green cards. Better not think about that, though.
When their application was finally accepted, they moved to Los Angeles and found a large, welcoming community of fellow Latinos. After even more hard work, they were able to open a new grocery store. Soon, Mateo was born, followed by his two sisters, and the family was very thankful for their life in LA. Then, in May 2020,
in May 2020, some assholes came by and said Black Lives Matter, and they were all bad hombres. Oh my god. I can't believe that this video is actually going in this direction. Holy shit. Okay.
Floyd, a black man who resisted arrest and was held under the knee of a police officer, died while in custody.
Well, he died while in custody under the knee of that police officer, whose knee was very conveniently on his, breathing apparatus.
Although this happened in Minneapolis, Minnesota, fiery protests and riots erupted in cities all around the United States. Activists claimed that the police were targeting the black community and purposefully killing unarmed black men. As the false claims of racial targeting spread, so did the anger and violence.
Yeah, by the way, I love that they're still in this type of propaganda, still claiming that George Floyd died somehow, as if there hasn't been a gigantic trial of all of the people involved in killing George Floyd and finding them all guilty of murder or assisting in said murder. Goddamn.
Throughout the summer, Mateo and his family were shocked and worried as they watched on the news where neighborhoods around LA were being burned and looted. Politicians, activists, celebrities, and even major corporations began to demand reform or complete abolition of the police force.
Yeah, and we all know that the police are perfect in every way and would never make any bad calls or decisions. We all know that the police would never do anything bad, right? We know that this is just something that bothers me a little bit, right? Here, let me see if I can pull this out, if I can find it here. Yeah, here we go. So, I'm about to show you guys a video. It's a rough watch. But I'm going to preface it with this video involves police shooting a guy. You don't see the guy getting shot because he's in a car. and he does survive. So keep that in mind. However, the situation here is a mom called the cops because her son was suicidal. And we're just gonna, just take a look at it, see how this goes. We all know the cops would never, ever do anything bad. There's no need for police reform, according to PragerU, despite numerous instances like this.
Let me see your hands. Hands. Let me see your hands.
Okay, we got shots fired.
Let me see your hands. Let me see your hands.
Within 5 seconds of arriving on the scene, cops shot a total of 50 times at him while he was sitting in the car. Wasn't the guy pointing the gun at himself? The cops alleged that he had a shotgun that he brandished at them.
Hands.
Though I see absolutely no evidence of that in this video.
Okay, we got shots fired.
Well, a man who took a slew of gunfire from York County deputies in May of 2021 is now suing that sheriff's office. Attorneys for...
Yeah, they shot him 9 times, and they shot 50 times at his car.
For Trevor Mullinex announcing that suit and releasing the body camera video from that day.
Yeah, lawyers.
Was that the mom crying on the background too? Yeah, take a look at this video, okay? Just real quick. This lady right here is his mom, who's trying to talk him down from being, wanting to die. They start shooting. I think maybe you can see in the first one here. Yeah. Look, they just get out. They start shooting while she's standing right there. She's literally standing like a foot away from him. And they unloaded 50 shots there. And then she runs, because, I mean, what else could you do?
While having an emotional breakdown at 9 times, while having an emotional breakdown in Rock Hill. Mullinex survived and is now charged with waving a gun at deputies. He continues to deny those claims. WCNC Charlotte's Kaylin Hagwood joins us live from the York County Sheriff's Office. So, Kaylin, you spoke with family. You heard from the sheriff as well. What are all the parties saying tonight?
Well, Vanessa, the sheriff says that his officers were justified, but the family and attorneys say they did not follow the proper protocol. We're going to show you guys some of that body camera footage, and a warning, what you're about to see is disturbing.
I mean, I'm glad he survived, but holy shit.
Shots fired in the
It's like 2 seconds after these guys get out of the car.
York County Sheriff's Office now facing a lawsuit.
Almost 50 shots, including to the back of somebody's head. That person's not a threat.
Attorneys for Trevor Mullinex say deputies were negligent and malicious in how they handled an interaction with him in 2021. They say Mullinex was considering suicide when law enforcement was
Yeah, he survived. It's this guy.
called to help. Attorneys say his mother, Tammy Beeson, was standing by the car consoling him when officers opened fire, shooting Mullinex 9 times. He survived.
Never in my life have I ever imagined that I would be put in danger by someone on the law enforcement.
Have you not watched the news ever?
In dispatch audio and body camera footage shared by Mullinex's attorneys, you can hear investigators ask about warrants he had before the shots rang out.
York PD was looking for Trevor Mullinax last night.
And they're saying it's burglary first and malicious injury.
Video shows when they arrived at the scene, officers tell someone at the home.
He's got to go to jail.
But attorneys say those charges were later dropped.
Weird. Weird. They thought he had actionable crimes against him, and then that evidence did not seem to materialize.
M. Quentin Williams is a former FBI agent.
If he had a shotgun and if he brandished it, they could defend themselves. The question is whether it needed to get to that point. From a tactical standpoint.
Also, what does brandish in this circumstance mean?
This is going to be questioned, no doubt.
In a statement to WCNC Charlotte, the sheriff's office stood by their actions, saying in part, quote, Mr. Mullinex chose to put these men in danger by pulling a shotgun. These deputies responded appropriately to the threat, as they were trained to do. Had Mr. Mullinex made different choices that day, deputies would not have been required to use force.
By the way, keep in mind that when they say something along the lines of he was brandishing a shotgun, keep in mind that the definition of brandishing is to wave something in a threatening manner, or to show something in a threatening manner, which kind of leaves it completely up to the cops as to whether or not they perceived it as a threat, doesn't it now? That's very convenient for them in this circumstance.
But attorneys say Mullinex planned to use the gun on himself and only wanted support, with Mullinex adding he hopes the suit helps others facing emotional challenges.
If it helps even one single person in this world to not have to go through what me and my family have, I'm okay with it.
Was the only body cam rolling the one that was farthest away? Nope. They got body camera from several different officers here. You can see this one pauses. So, nope. But we don't see the body camera footage of these two cops, which seems like it would be the most relevant to the case. But like early in the look at this, guys. Like, you can kind of make out him in the car here. Do you guys see any brandishing going on? No. No, you don't, do you? Weird. I do want to say that this guy is the living embodiment of the Wicked emote. And I applaud him for that. But yeah, Mateo, why would anyone want to reform the police force? It operates perfectly.
Mateo wondered, who would keep his neighborhood safe if there were less police? And what about his family's store? After all, he had just watched protesters smash store windows, steal all the merchandise, and even set the buildings on fire. He also saw videos of angry protesters blocking traffic on freeways.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say if that store is beloved by the community, people will show up to protect it within that community, which is what we saw happen in Minneapolis, by the way.
Threatening police.
People don't give a fuck about their local Apple store. They sure as shit give a fuck about their local, like, Hispanic supermarket, okay?
And intimidating restaurant patrons. How would fewer cops be able to stop this type of behavior? The only cop that Mateo knows personally is his middle school's resource officer, Officer Suarez. Tall and smiling, Officer Suarez has a high five, a handshake, or a fist bump for each student as he walks down the hallway.
Damn, that's so cool. Anyway, Don't think about this too much, huh?
Reveals there were deputy gangs in the LA County Sheriff's Department, and they were there to cause fear and intimidation.
Eyewitness News reporter Carlos Crana has more on what the commission is now recommending.
From the beginning, it is a scathing report about deputy gangs and cliques in the LA County Sheriff's Department.
Contrary to the statements of the prior sheriff, deputy gangs exist and operate in the department as they have for the last 50 years.
Damn, that's crazy. They've had gangs within the LAPD for 50 years. That's wild.
They are a cancer.
The investigation.
They are a cancer. Interesting. 70-page report. Members of such deputy gangs as the Executioners, the Banditos, the Regulators, the Spartans, the Gladiators, the Cowboys, the Reapers, run many of the county's patrol stations, as opposed to the sergeants, lieutenants, and captains ostensibly in charge. The report also determined that new deputy cliques form as members of existing groups retire or otherwise leave the sheriff's department. There's evidence to suggest that gangs are now re-emerging in Men's Central Jail after efforts over the years to eradicate the problem of excessive force behind bars, the special counsel found. Contrary to the statements of the prior sheriff, deputy gangs exist and operate in the department as they have for the last 50 years. They are a cancer. Many of the people with whom we spoke expressed fears of personal or professional harm, not just for themselves, but often for spouses and children who serve in the department. Most troubling, the report says, the gangs create rituals that valorize violence, such as recording all deputy-involved shootings in an... I don't know why I'm doing air quotes. I wanted you to know that I was quoting. Create rituals that valorize violence, such as recording all deputy-involved shootings in an official book, celebrating with shooting parties, and authorizing deputies who have shot a community member to add embellishments to their common gang tattoos. Literally, the LA Police Department is full of cops who are out there looking to shoot people.
Mateo quickly discovered that Officer Suarez is, like him, a fan of LA's professional baseball team, the Dodgers.
Wow. Who could have thought?
Mateo revealed that he enjoys playing baseball too. The resource officer remarked that someday he'd hope to see him on deck to bat with the Blue Crew at Dodger Stadium, which made him smile. Officer Suarez takes time to be friendly, but also has an important job to do. Mateo has observed him doing daily book bag checks and escorting strangers off of school property. Last year, when tempers flared and punches were thrown in the cafeteria, Officer Suarez sprang into action and quickly diffused the situation.
By arresting both children.
Mateo understands that a resource officer is there to keep the students safe so that they can focus on their schoolwork without fear.
Well, no. They're there to arrest children. That's what they do.
He views Officer Suarez as a guide, a mentor, and a protector, not how he has seen police characterized in the news, as mean-spirited bullies. Mateo has heard his parents talking about the news and he agrees with them. They believe that improving police tactics would be beneficial, but they don't want to eliminate the police in their schools or in their communities. In the past,
Experts worry about heavier police presence in schools. Black and brown children bear the brunt of criminalization.
Okay, she's gonna have to come with us now.
Okay, Kai, you
Stand
gotta
up.
go with them, baby girl.
Stand up.
This is the arrest of 6-year-old Kaya Rowe.
What are those for?
Caught on body camera, Kaya was arrested and zip-tied by a school resource officer at her elementary school in Orlando, Florida in 2019.
Don't put handcuffs on! Help me!
The school said Kaya had started hitting the school's assistant principal and screaming after being told that she couldn't wear her sunglasses in the classroom. Her family say that Kaya was experiencing side effects of sleep apnea, a diagnosis they'd shared with the school. But the first grader ended up being taken to the principal's office and later charged with misdemeanor battery, a criminal offense.
I don't want to go to the police car. You don't want to? No, please.
No, this isn't scared straight BS. They actually charged a 6-year-old.
Oh, please.
Keep in mind, a 6-year-old, chat, is in 1st grade. Like 5 and 6-year-olds are in kindergarten, and 6 and 7-year-olds are typically in 1st grade. School resource officers aren't there to keep you safe. The primary reason they are in schools is to arrest children. In the name of school safety. Oh, was a 6-year-old not regulating their emotions well? Oh, crazy. Who would have thought a 6-year-old wouldn't know how to regulate their own emotional state? Wild. Now, 6-year-olds can't, look, kids can hit real hard, okay? But, like, not hard enough to arrest them and give them a criminal record.
Give me a second, Jack.
Okay.
Please, no.
Appreciate it.
Fuck this
At the
guy.
time of Kaya's arrest, Florida had no minimum age laws, leaving children of all ages eligible for arrest by law enforcement officers at school.
Kaya, as a 6-year-old, was arrested. She was handcuffed behind her back, and the only reason that she was handcuffed with zip ties is because the officer said that he didn't have handcuffs small enough to fit her wrists. Kaya was so short, he had to go and find a footstool for her to stand up on so that she would be at the appropriate height level for him to take her mug shot.
I was really scared and confused. I was like, what? Why are those police officers for me?
The number of reported law enforcement in Florida schools nearly doubled the year before Kaya's arrest.
Out. Go. Oh, now you want to touch? I'm not going to hurt you. Don't give me any.
We shouldn't be putting handcuffs on 6-year-olds. There's almost no situation in which that is an appropriate response.
Experts say rising numbers of school arrests in the state can be significantly attributed to a piece of legislation passed in the wake of the Parkland school shooting, the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School Public Safety Act.
The act actually requires that all public schools in the state, which should include both traditional and charter schools, have an armed individual on campus at all times. It could be a sworn law enforcement officer implemented as a school resource officer. It could be a private security guard who's also armed but is not a sworn law enforcement officer and doesn't have arrest powers. Or it could be implemented through what we call the Guardian program in Florida, which is arming a school staff member.
Shots fired.
And so school resource officers in some ways are part of a bigger trend towards target hardening and trying to protect schools.
Florida school arrests fell statewide
Insane.
during the first year of the pandemic, but now Floridians are heading back to in-person classrooms. According to the ACLU, in 2018, Florida classrooms had more police officers than nurses, and more than double the number of police officers than social workers or school psychologists.
Fucking insane. Makes me sick to my stomach. But go on, Prager. You tell us about how nice these school resource officers are.
Past, Juan and Lucy would encounter occasional shoplifters in their store, but they were usually kids sneaking candy. Lately, however, adults have begun brazenly walking out with armfuls of goods, disappearing before police even have time to arrive.
Well, also because police aren't going to arrive for like shoplifting. Like they were never gonna arrive. Like you think police show up at Best Buy every time someone shoplifts something? No, they don't give a shit. Like also people stealing from a supermarket? probably one of the more justifiable crimes, to be honest. But if you're gonna steal from a supermarket, make sure it's a big one, okay?
With crime erupting everywhere, Mateo wondered if Officer Suarez could help him understand what was going on in his neighborhood. One day after school, Mateo managed to catch the resource officer and get all of his thoughts out. He told Officer Suarez about what he had seen on the news.
Hello, Mr. Cop. Hello, Mr. Police. What do you think about the police abuse? What do you think about all this police abuse, Mr. Police?
And what had happened in his family store. His parents were worried that the crimes would continue, and Mateo wanted to know what he could do to help. When Officer Suarez asked Mateo how he felt about what he had seen on TV, Mateo admitted that he felt sorry for Mr. Floyd's family, but he couldn't understand why rioters seemed to think that destroying other people's property helped the family feel better. He knew that his parents had come to Los Angeles to escape the threat of violence and destruction in Mexico, but now the criminals in LA were almost as bad as the cartels had been. Officer Suarez asked Mateo what he thought the purpose of the police truly was. Mateo responded that he felt it was to protect others, like resource officers protect the students at school.
Yes, Mateo. That's definitely what police are for, and definitely not just protecting the property of the rich and powerful.
To his surprise, Officer Suarez revealed that he also served the community in big and small ways that Mateo had never even realized, including making time for helpful chats with concerned kids just like him. Officer Suarez then revealed something even more surprising. To protect and serve was not only the police's job, but Mateo's as well. First,
oh my God.
He needed to protect himself by doing the things he knew he should, like doing.
First he needed to protect himself, possibly from a police officer. Second of all, don't expect any help if something bad happens, because the police ain't gonna do shit for you, boy.
Doing his best on schoolwork and keeping out of trouble. Next, he needed to serve his community by helping his neighbors. Officer Suarez even revealed that there are programs in Los Angeles and all around America, like Neighborhood Watch, which help neighbors look out for one another and connect citizens with their local police departments.
And definitely never empower vigilantes to, like, I don't know, follow a kid home after he bought some Skittles and then murder them. Definitely not.
Mateo's mind began to spin. He could protect and serve his community. During the riots...
No, Mateo, no! Vigilantism is a crime, no!
He and his father had helped board up windows. In fact, his father knew every shop owner on the street where their store was located. Maybe the adults could be block captains with the Neighborhood Watch. But was there even more he could do as a kid? The easiest thing he could do would be to say thank you to the police officers that worked in his neighborhood.
Are you fucking serious? Like, the ending of this is like, well, the cops couldn't be there to protect any of their things, or any of their businesses, or any of their livelihood. So, Mateo was told by a police officer that they should just form, like, a vigilante, like, group and try to protect their own property. And also, the best thing that Mateo could do was to thank every police officer he sees. Let him cook? Okay.
And he started right then and there with Officer Suarez. Now, when Mateo kneels during Mass beside his sisters and parents, he prays for wisdom to know how to protect himself and serve his neighborhood. He smiles as he thinks about the new Blue Crew that he's chosen to support, and how good cops like Officer Suarez can teach other kids like him how to truly make a difference.
God, I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. Oh my God. Also, PragerUkids.com, huh? Shows you can trust. Browse. Oh, here are the shows. We can watch some Otto's Tales. Oh my god, there are so many of them. Oh my god, I was wondering what happened to all of these. Oh my god. There are so many of them. Oh my god. Well, I have to watch this one now. Oh, that's right. There's no volume control in these goddamn videos.
Welcome to Otto's Tales, storytime brought to you by PragerU Kids. I'm Jill, and today I'm sharing a famous story of a Swiss hero named William Tell. Otto! You know this story? Yes. I'm impressed, but hey, be careful with that thing, okay? Okay, why don't you go fetch it? Let's read The Tale of William Tell.
I really missed the
Let's read.
I really missed this lady and her like delusional support of her furry companion. I really missed it. I missed seeing her like pretend that a gigantic man in a dog costume was an actual dog.
The Tale of William Tell. Once upon a time, in the country of Switzerland.
There's definitely a sexual thing happening in these videos. Yeah, this is a pet play fetish, and I'm not okay with it.
There was a man named William Tell. He was tall. He was brave. He was a famous hunter who was the very best crossbow marksman in the land. William loved his country, but his country was not free. It was ruled by an Austrian tyrant named Gessler, who had no regard for letting people live as they pleased. The Swiss people feared him, but lived as he ordered to not cause trouble. "I must test my people's loyalty to me," Gessler declared. He instructed his servants to set up a tall pole in the public square and to hang his own hat on the top of it. "Every person who enters our town square must bow down to my hat on the top of the pole," Gessler commanded. The people hated this, but they obeyed. William Tell, however, did not obey. He would enter the town square, stop in front of the pole, and stand up straight with his arms folded in front of him. "Ha!" William boldly laughed at the hat, propped at the top of the pole. "I refuse to bow down to Gessler's hat, and I refuse to bow down to Gessler himself."
And because this was the times of feudalism, he was summarily executed. The end.
William's courage terrified the townspeople. What would Gessler do if he found out about this? Gessler did find out about William laughing at his hat and became extremely angry. Gessler was also afraid that if William got away with this behavior, other men would disobey and the country would soon rebel against him.
And that's why it was good that he was a monarch who had the ability to just summarily execute his enemies.
Gessler vowed to punish William in a most cruel way. He decided to use the hunter's exceptional skill against him. "Fetch Mr. Tell's young son and stand him up in the center of the town square." Gessler's servants did as they were told. With the entire town gathered around in worry, Gessler then placed a bright red apple on top of the boy's head. "You are a skilled marksman, Mr. Tell," the tyrant announced to the crowd. "Let's see you put your skill to good use and shoot this apple off your son's head using one single arrow." The crowd was distraught. What if William's hands trembled? What if the wind caught the arrow? Or what if his son moved?
Actually, you see, you've already established that William Tell was a crossbowman, not an archer. And you see, crossbows use things called bolts and not arrows. So your story's already hugely ahistorical, ma'am.
His son stood still, unafraid, for he knew his father's skill. William took a deep breath, mustered all his courage, and focused his...
Wait, this is why children should pledge allegiance to the flag every day, the host said without a hint of irony. No. This is gonna be something about, like, respecting fathers or something.
Concentration. He placed an arrow in his crossbow. One eye squinted to view a straight shot. He took careful aim at the small target and whoosh! Let the arrow fly. The arrow hissed toward his son across the square, pierced the center of the apple, and whisked it away, straight off the boy's head. The townspeople erupted with applause and joy. As William smiled and embraced his son, Gessler noted something that William was hiding. "Why did you hide a second arrow inside your jacket?" he asked. Tell replied, "The first arrow was for the apple. The second arrow is for you." Enraged, Gessler ordered his guards to arrest William immediately. They threw him on a boat with the plan to lock him up in a dark dungeon.
Oh my God.
When a violent storm overtook the lake, William escaped into the turbulent waters. The men thought William had drowned. As Gessler returned home to his palace, William was waiting for him. He jumped out from behind a tree with his crossbow, and with a loud thud, that second arrow made it to its target.
Wow. So William Tell just, like, I don't know, pulled some thuggish behavior and ambushed this guy and murdered him? Huh, that's wild. It's wild to see PragerU condoning such acts of violence.
Straight into Gessler's heart. Well, not long after this, William Tell took it upon himself to organize an army. Using his great skill, he led his people to free their country from Gessler's army and restore peace again to the land. The end. Wow. This tale is one of our greatest stories about calm bravery in the face of terrible bullying. And it's also a story about having confidence in your skills, no matter how uncertain someone else might make you feel. Hey, Otto, what you got there?
Ma'am, I can't help but realize that you claim that this William Tell overthrew the monarchical system of the early 1300s, and I can't help but note that in this particular time period, all of Europe was pretty much feudal. There are no such democratic revolutions occurring in the 1300s. Curious.
Oh, an apple!
Did you just tell us a lie?
Oh, no, I can't, Otto, no way!
Do it.
Oh, well.
Do it.
You are really skilled with that bow and arrow. Okay, let's give it a go. Thank you for watching Otto's Tales. Be careful. Check out some of our other stories too. I do trust you. Keep reading, keep watching, and keep staying calm and confident. Bye, guys.
Close your eyes.
Thank you for watching this episode.
And every time she appeared in public thereafter, she had to wear an eye patch. It's totally a kink thing. It's exactly. It's 100% a kink thing. That's like the subtext. That is absolutely there. Chat, we are currently 18 subs away from our next goal. But it's good to know that this PragerU Kids thing exists, because we're gonna be revisiting this. We're 100% gonna be revisiting this. Holy shit! I mean, look at some of these. Let's visit the Liberty Bell. Stars in the sky. Otto's Tales. Let's visit Mount Rushmore. Legend of the Cornhusk Doll. Tall Paul Bunyan. Yo. Yo. Today is MLK Jr. Day with Corey Yeshua. Oh my god, today is Thanksgiving? Today is September 11th? Oh my god! Well, we gotta watch this one. Or should I save it for actual September? No, we gotta watch it. We gotta watch it. I'm sorry. I gotta do it to him.
Welcome to Otto's Tales, story time brought to you by PragerU Kids. I'm Jill, here with Otto, and today
we're going to continue doing our weird furry roleplay. But today we're also going to talk about September 11th.
we're reading a book about a very important day that happened in United States history. Now, this is a serious story that was scary for a lot of people, but this story
as opposed to any of the wars that they covered. Okay.
Also shows us how many heroes there are all around us and how much Americans can love and help each other when we need it. Hey, Otto, why don't you...
King Princess, I watched the entire video. I only watched the portion on stream that I cared to talk about.
To get comfy and listen. Okay. Let's read Otto's Tales. Today is September 11th.
Oh my god. I can't
Ruff,
believe
ruff.
this is real.
I'm Otto. Today is September 11th, a tragic day in our nation's history. It's important to never forget what happened that fateful day in 2001. We also remember how the country came together, strong and united, after facing a very sad and hard time. My best friend Dennis climbed to the top of the kitchen counter. "This is our big red fire truck," he said. "I'm on top of the ladder." "It can be our time machine," I barked.
What?
"There's a lot to learn on our next adventure," Dennis said. "Let's roll." Zoom! We traveled back to New York City. A lovely morning
Why are you time traveling back to New York City on September 11th, 2001? Why?
I said, "Sure is pretty." A September day, the sky bright blue, lots of people at work with lots of business to do. At the World Trade Center, we planned to spend several hours. There's a spectacular view atop the Twin Towers. A day like all others, we had nothing to dread. We had a snack in the plaza, and Dennis patted my head. But while we were busy eating and talking, very bad men with an evil plan were plotting. In a few short minutes...
Hey, King Princess, you can go find the segment yourself. To clip for, like, to tell people on Twitter that I'm racist or whatever, okay? You don't need my help to do that. You can do that yourself, okay? And if you don't mind, we're focusing on something else. So if you insist on continuing to try and derail, I will have to time you out, but I don't want to do that. So
our world would be changed by 19 terrorists boarding 4 planes. They hated our country, its people so free. A world without America they wanted to see. Osama bin Laden was the bad man in charge. His group called Al-Qaeda had grown quite large. Just as we finished our yummy treat, a sound was heard by all on the street. "Look there," said Dennis. "What's that up in the sky?" It was a plane flying low that should have been high. The plane hit one of the towers in a fiery flash. There was a huge explosion and a very loud crash. We all stood shocked, not knowing what to do. Was America under attack? No one quite knew. And just then, the other tower was hit by plane number 2. The first responders that arrived were so brave. They thought only of the people their efforts might save. The firemen ran toward the buildings as smoke filled the air. They displayed great courage, a trait very rare. There were people helping one another all over the place. Young and old, men and women of every...
Hey, Punky Gal, thank you very... Prager, you did 9/11. As far as I know, that could be true. Who knows? Who is funding the hijackers? We'll never know. We'll never know. Yeah, and King Princess, 420, go fuck yourself. You have a good night too, okay?
Every background and race. So grateful we were for all the good people tried to do. We climbed into our fire truck, waved, and called out, "Thank you." On to the White House, Dennis said, and zoom.
No, Dennis!
We found ourselves inside an oval-shaped room.
Dennis, you're summoning the planes. They're gonna hit the They're gonna hit the Pentagon, Dennis. No.
President George W. Bush spoke to the nation that night. He said, "This is a day when all Americans unite."
Is Dennis a self-insert in this story? Was he even there? I mean, Dennis Prager is the main character of this like weird time travel series.
The terrorists tried to scare us and get us to retreat, but our country is strong. America, they can't defeat. Dennis chimed in. We saw so many people today doing good. Americans helping each
Holy
other
shit.
in any way they could. In the days that followed, American flags filled the sky. The country came together, and we know the reason why. We waved goodbye to President Bush, jumped
Holy
back in our
shit.
fire truck, and gave it a push. Zoom, Dennis shouted. To the future we go. Driving the fire truck with me in tow.
Oh my god.
We returned to New York on another 11th of September. The city built the 9/11 Memorial to help us remember.
Oh
The
my
place
god.
where the towers once stood is now called Ground Zero. People were there to honor the fallen, both victims and heroes. There was so much at the memorial to learn and to see, like what happened that day at the Pentagon and on Flight 93. Dennis, I said, what the terrorists did was wrong. They tried to hurt us, Otto,
Oh
but
my
America
God.
is strong. Look, I said, pointing at those two beams of light. Dennis said, that's a shining memorial lit up every year on this night. It's September 11th, Otto. We call it Patriot Day. The tribute in light is an inspiring display.
Holy shit.
Then we hopped into our fire truck and once again zoom. Sirens blasted, wee-ow, wee-ow, back to Dennis's room.
I can't
That was a
believe
very
this is
important
real.
adventure, I said. Why's that, Otto? Well, I never knew about September 11th and why we must never forget what happened that day. Yes, said Dennis. America was attacked for being strong and free. The
What?
terrorists tried to destroy our way of life, but they did not succeed. And Americans came together even stronger after
What?
that terrible attack. I said,
I don't know about that one, Dennis. We spent like trillions of dollars trying to blow up brown people in the Middle East. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It wasn't good for anybody.
said. That's right, said Dennis. Many people acted like heroes that day. Our firefighters, police officers, and first responders displayed the best of America, land of the free and home of the brave.
I mean, that's true, but what's weird about the context of this story is the fact that this time-traveling little boy had to go back in time to witness, like, a suicide bombing attack on two gigantic office buildings. And see the police officers and firefighters, like pulling people out of the rubble. Like, what the hell, dude?
We will never forget them, I barked. And we will never forget September 11th.
No.
God bless Patriot Day.
Oh no, replied Dennis. That wasn't a microdose. Oh dear. Oh dear.
God bless Patriot Day. We will never forget. Rough, rough. The end. Now, that was a kind of story we've never read before. What did you think, Otto? I agree with you. We should salute all those police officers, firefighters, emergency responders, and everyone who helped so many on that day. We are thankful to be safe now, and we will never forget September 11th. America needs us to keep helping each other and keep protecting our way of life. Remember that no matter what happens, Americans can be strong and make things right together, right? Right.
But not those filthy transgenders, right? because this lady has has actually been in several interviews talking about the evils of transgenderism. Yep, nope. All of these are actual books that PragerU puts out for people to buy. Oh my god. Holy shit, dude.
Thank you for watching Otto's Tales. Check out some of our other stories too. Keep reading, keep learning, and always remember our American heroes. God bless all of them, and God bless you. Bye.
My god.
We're
Also, I have some really sad news for you guys. Apparently, Otto the dog, the sole redeeming factor for PragerU's fireside chats, apparently he passed away. It's true. I'm sorry, folks. That's not actually a joke. That's actually real. Rip to the only good element of every Dennis Prager video. He did deserve better, honestly. At least he escaped Dennis's presence. True. True. We have been urging Otto to escape for years now. So at least he might finally be free. It's true. I know that wasn't really a fun fact or anything, but I felt I owed it to you guys to talk about it. He's at the fascist propaganda mill in the sky? No! He doesn't have to be at a fascist propaganda mill. The sins of the owner become the sins of the good boy? No! Hey, you can't discount the efficacy of compacting 30-plus years of history into they attacked America for being strong and free? Yeah. They attacked America because it was strong and free, and they were weak and oppressed. Wait a minute. Goddamn. Hell yeah, brother, that's right. All doggos are lefties? Mayhap. Mayhap indeed. I'm gonna lay down and lurk till I pass out. You have a good one, Winby. And you know, I feel like I could keep going for a few more hours, but I think instead I'm going to call it a night. Right here. We didn't quite unlock Sexy Outfit, but Sexy Outfit will return, okay? It'll return. Let's see. Yeah, for those of you who are wondering or asking about it, I covered what I thought was wrong and pertinent in the Soul Bunny video yesterday. Or not yesterday. 2 days ago? Thursday. Today's Sunday, or it was Sunday. So, Thursday. Wait, this isn't the Sexy Outfit? No, it is not. This is the Sexy Outfit for me. Maybe I should have swapped them up. Yeah, if any of you want to know what that was all about, you can check that out. Just talked about the Soul Bunny video with regards to Shark 300. And yeah, that was all I really cared to discuss about the video. Believe us, things can always get sexier. True! Hope you all enjoyed your stay here, and let's see, gonna watch that VOD so I can figure out how racist Jack is. Please do. I encourage you all to do so. Or, of course, you can always consume your clips from some rando Twitter account, I guess. Feel free, whatever. You do you, okay? I can't appease them all. Cannot wait until that shithead tries to derail next stream. You're gonna have to wait a bit longer, because I banned them. I only have so much patience, guys. Forever? I don't know, if they put in like an unban request and are nice about it, I might unban them, I guess. I'm gonna avoid all of that because it sounds really dumb and I'm tired of woke scolds. That's probably a good way to go about it, Sweet Myths. Though I will tell you that from my experience, using the term woke scolds will just get a bunch of people mad at you from that same camp, saying that you really just want to use the N-word. So I think it's too late. You're already in it. You basically just said the N-word in my chat to these people. Let's see. What do you mean to tell me Riverboat Jack isn't some kind of unearthly deity? She has limited patience? It's true, I do. But yeah, not great. Pretty bad. I already said my piece about why I think it's bad. If people want to disagree with it, they can disagree with the things I said, I guess. And if they want to spread rumors that I'm racist, more power to you, I guess. My favorite clip is the "It's Under My Kilt" fiasco. Oh, yeah. I can't believe I read it as "It's under my clit." Holy shit. The only thing I disagree with is logging off without the sexy outfit change. I mean, if we get 5 subs right now over on riverboat.gg, I will change into my sexy outfit before we end stream. Actually, crafting arguments based on logic is hard. Can't we just point out that you're white? I mean, it hadn't occurred to me before that I was white until somebody pointed it out to me. You know? I got 30 years into my life without realizing it. I was like Steve Martin in The Jerk. I just didn't realize it. Let's see. Yo, Thoysome? I didn't actually expect anybody to do it. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, I can do that. I can be the thirst trap. BRB. have returned. Hi there. Hi. Where did I get this outfit? I think I got the shrug or bolero jacket, however you want to call it. I think I got it off of Killstar, maybe Doll's Kill. The skirt I actually got off of Amazon, believe it or not. And then the thigh-high shoes are from Akira. And the bralette, I'm pretty sure I bought ages ago off of Doll's Kill. Live triggering my latex kink? Oh, no, I'll be doing that in a couple months. Don't you worry about that. I have a latex outfit incoming. That should be pretty good. For taking a short break, can I drop a link to a cute game project I found? I don't think we're going to be taking a look at any links at the moment. I'd love to wear that outfit, but I'm very self-conscious. Well, like, I think you could pull it off. You've got a lot of confidence, Diego. You project a lot anyway. I know that it's easy to look confident and feel very not. Latex is good. I agree. It's just very fucking expensive to go to a latex party. Looking for places to buy quality wear, so thank you for the recommendations. Yeah, I'd recommend, like, Doll's Kill and Killstar have a lot of really good stuff, but of the two, I would definitely recommend Killstar. Doll's Kill just has kind of a seedy reputation as a business. I wish I could wear an outfit like that. You can! See, this is the thing, right? The main thing to overcome when it comes to outfits is feeling like you can't wear something. Because you can, you just need to make sure it is sized appropriately for you. That's really it. You just need to make sure it fits. Like, if it's not sized well, then, like, anyone's gonna look bad in it, regardless of what their body is. So as long as you make sure, like, you got the fit right, everything else is just confidence. Or at the very least, faking confidence. We shall indeed overcome. What was the site? For the latex that I have? Well, I'm going to be getting my latex from a new website called, William Wild is what I'm going to be looking at. gonna be looking at some latex stuff from here. They got good quality merch. Oh, mommy. My dysphoria recently has been acting up, but hearing that really helps. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Keep in mind, your dysphoria is gonna lie to you, like, a lot. And I know mine does, like, non-stop. But, yeah, Thoism, like, if you want to look cool, like, Killstar's, like, great. But yeah, no, just buy stuff that fits. And don't buy stuff that you aspire to fit into. Buy stuff that fits where your body is now. And then you can look good and still work on your body. You know, to get it to be where you want it to be. The dysphoria is a liar 100% of the time. Hiccups. I'm really glad I got to put on this outfit. You guys have no idea. I need to do my homework. Any tips you might have from your well of wisdom? Depends on what the homework is. Homework is dumb. So I might not give great advice. It's a nice argument, dysphoria. Why don't you back it up with a source? Source? I try and reason with my dysphoria, but it's not very effective. It's like getting into a Twitter argument at like 3 a.m., you know? Yeah, Thoism, just like get some like notifications going for like the both Killstar and Akira. And you can get some really cute things at really affordable prices when their sales are going on. I guess my biggest advice for homework is just fucking do it. Like, it's not fun, but also, like, don't feel too bad about half-assing it, you know? As long as you already know the material, don't feel too bad about half-assing it. This is the wisdom I've always needed. Thank you for helping a trans girl out. Definitely worth supporting you for. Thank you, Thoism. Yeah, and like, once you have like some cute outfits and like a good makeup routine, like, you'll be golden. You'll be golden. I'm using ChatGPT to help me. It's a paper and I'm high. Oh no. Be careful about using ChatGPT, okay? That's a dangerous road to walk. But as long as you know your shit and you ace the tests, no skin off my nose, okay? Also, make sure you feel comfy in the clothing you get and try new colors and styles. True Metal Kitty Mom. That's the one thing I really like. There are a lot of things about fast fashion I don't like, but one of the things I do like is just the fact that like it allows you as like a trans person to try out a lot of different things for a relatively affordable price. Or alternatively, try them out at like Goodwill and stuff. You can find a lot of really good shit at those places. Yeah, careful with the Chat GPT. It could write a Nazi paper. Or it could just write something along the lines of like, oh yeah, this was written by a bot, teehee. All good advice, I just gotta get past hating my body shape, Lamau. Well, Spectral Pyre, if it helps you at all, like, I hate my body shape so goddamn much, you know? But it doesn't really matter, because I know I look good in the clothes I'm wearing right now because they fit, you know? Have a bunch of tomboy style outfits, and then my more feminine style's gonna switch it up. Hell yeah! Let's go! Also, that might be the first time on stream that I've done like a little spin for you guys. Like in this little amount of clothing. I put that down to you guys making me feel really confident. Thank you. More spins, more spins. For 5 more subs, I'll do more spins, but otherwise, nah. We're honored. Thank you. Ah, fuck. I know. I'm shaking you down. God, to have, look, if I had money, okay, it'd be over for everyone, all right? Like, I'd get like this fucking latex trench coat. Holy shit, how cool is this? But also it's $600, and I don't got money for that. I barely got money for one outfit for a rubber event. Right? It's so expensive. And believe it or not, William Wild is like one of the more affordable latex places. $600 is half my rent? What the fuck? Yeah. Aren't Twitch streamers like millionaires buying mansions and all? I don't know. I made like 30K streaming last year. Jack, please, I'm barely holding on. Did I see the new Guardians of the Galaxy? I did not, though I would like to. Might see it on Wednesday. Is million 1 million? Yes. Here I wanted stream because I heard on the telly it was a sure way to make money. Holy shit. I mean, you could try to stream to make money, but it's hard. Jack, that jacket is $800 for me? Yeah, it's crazy expensive. Some of their accessories are actually pretty reasonably priced, though. Anyway. Once I'm ready, I'll get famous. I'm shameless enough to get famous doing almost anything. Won't catch me on the right-wing grift. I mean, good. Best of luck to you. I hope so. Okay, I don't know. I just want the best for you. Also, chat. Listen to me. I know Mother's Day is a really fraught holiday. For a lot of people, for a lot of reasons, but just want you all to know. Today I'm all of your mommies. My mascara is starting to like get below my eyes. Oh, mommy. I'ma save up. Do it, Metal Kitty. Also, the sizing on Killstar includes like larger people, which is really nice. I get paid on Thursday. It will be glorious. Wonderful. Your outfit looks great. Thank you, Snuggle Kitten. I'm doing my best with what I got. Chat, thanks for making this a really good Mother's Day stream. I appreciate y'all so goddamn much. And with that, I'm gonna hop off. We're gonna raid into someone. Let's raid into Caroline Kwan. We like Caroline. Caroline around these parts. And you all have a lovely evening. I'll switch it over for the offline chatters. Thank you so much for making this a good stream. And I'll be back tomorrow. Bye. Oh, also, I'll be taking Wednesday off to spend with my partner. All right. Bye.